15. Concerning the animus and the rational mind, mens. There is nothing more difficult in the science of rational psychology than clearly to understand, and when understood clearly to set forth, what is properly the animus and what is properly the mind, mens. For the several things which are put into action in our inner sensories appear like a little chaos, whose surface even we cannot distinctly see, still less its parts, one of which adheres to another as in a chain. It may be in some measure compared with the animalcule, which we can hardly reach with the aid of the microscope, from whose motion alone we understand that it is something living, nor do we doubt but that its little viscera are distinctly produced and separate, and that it enjoys a brain, medulla spinalis, lungs, stomach, intestines, muscles, and sensory organs, since the eye has detected this in similar animalcules by the aid of the optic art. But where the sight hardly touches the surface, it is very difficult to divine the interior and more hidden things. And such is the case with our inner sensory. We are able by reflection to discover that we perceive, understand, think, choose, desire, will, are determined to act, and that these are companies of loves, cupidities, desires, pleasures, ends. Since these are all of one sensory, and appear as though continuous and united, it is only with the greatest difficulty that they can be separately evolved, and that the ideas of our own intellect may be distinctly presented to the intellect of another. For who can see in the dark the art of the painter or the beauty of the figure, and who will properly perceive it, even if the painter in the dark explains the figures by his words? Therefore we must await the rising of the sun and of light, in order that all things may be laid open, as it were, to the life. And this is the reason why we are ignorant as to what the mind is and what the animus. It was believed by the ancients, who were not philosophers, that the animus was the same as our soul, wherefore also they said that the animus is immortal. But the philosophers distinguished between the animus and the mind, mens, and they acknowledged a certain superior animus, which they called the mind, mens. Some even make mention of a certain superior and purer mind, mens, also in us. But in order to discover what the one and what the other is, what is their distinction and what their conjunction, we ought ourselves by some untiring reflection and intellectual observation to go into the several operations, and indeed in their order, one after the other, and then after having performed this labour, we ought often to go over the parts again, and so examine by what chain they are held together. For our mind is not constituted differently from the internal form itself of the body, which enables us to know what it is only through operations, only by our anatomically laying bare one part after another and exploring and inspecting it within. Such an anatomy of the mind is also required. Thus we are to be taught what we are from ourselves, and the mind is to be investigated by the mind. For so scientifically does it act from itself, that all the philosophical sciences have gathered hardly more than the least part of a knowledge of it. But let us pass on and inquire, what is the animus and what is the mind? That the animus is not the soul, and is not the same as the rational mind, is most evident from the fact that all those affections and cupidities which are purely animal are ascribed to it, as anger, venereal love, envy, and others, which are not peculiar to the human race, but belong as well to the brute animals. The animus is never called rational, like the mind. All the cupidities of the animus die with us, for after death anger, lust, haughtiness, pride, fear, revenge, and other similar affections do not remain, and without these the animus could not live, because it is of these that it consists. Thus the animus is purely animal, and as it were an inferior or irrational mind. For while the animus is affected and desires, it is not that which thinks, since it is beneath that animus, so to speak, which thinks, and is called rational. Wherefore the cupidities of our animus are to be restrained by a certain higher or rational mind, and to be moderated according to the decision of the judgment of the mind. Moreover, the soul and its every affection is inscribed on the countenance itself, on the tone, the voice, the action, that is to say, on the body, and at the same time the animus has been inscribed on every thing flowing in. Wherefore the animus is so close to the body that it is in it, and shows itself corporally, as in anger, revenge, haughtiness, hatred, love, and the rest. Moreover, what we think does not shine forth from the face, unless the thought be conjoined with the affection of the animus, except a slight twinkling in the eyes, if they are unable to simulate. From which it clearly appears that the rational mind is most distinct from the animus, but nevertheless so conjoined with it, that we may call our rational mind the superior animus, and the animus the lower mind. But let us take care lest we confound the ideas through similitude of words. But it is asked, what is the animus? If we call the animus the inferior mind, still by this denomination we do not understand what the animus is, so long as what the mind is unknown to us. Therefore we are not thus helped to know what the animus is. If we define the animus as the beginning of the mutations of our body, we acknowledge indeed that there is a beginning, for nothing ought to flow forth except from its beginning. But what the animus is still unknown, for there are infinite beginnings of mutations, and each would have to be explained as to what it is, in order that we might affirm or deny that the animus is such a beginning. If the animus is described as being the form of the material ideas of our common sensory, it will be necessary to explain what form is, what material ideas are, and how their forms are to be conceived of, and lastly, what this common sensory is to which is ascribed the form of ideas. If the animus is called the universal affection of the sensory, or if we say that the affections taken together constitute the animus, nevertheless the question arises, what is it? Where is it? Of what kind is it? For the animus is still to be affected, and not the universal affection. So whichever way we turn, our search still ends in some hidden quality. Thence it results that the animus is believed to be in some crypt of the brain, like the regulus of the eye; or that it is a quality which is without a subject, and that the quality may be some such principle or beginning as that of the mutations of the body. But in order that we may understand what the animus is, we must at least approach its source, for it is not to be doubted that the brain receives all the senses of the external organs, such as touch, taste, smell, hearing, and sight. For from these several organs the nerves go out, which reach to and enter the medulla oblongata and the brain itself, and that the brain receives the inflowing senses is shown by infinite other phenomena, since when the brain is obstructed, or a nerve entering the brain is obstructed, all sensation perishes at once. Therefore by common consent the brain is called the common sensory. This is also an admitted truth, constans veratus, that every nerve is divided into fibres and fibrils, and that each fibre has its own origin. If we follow the fibre to its origin, we see manifestly that it terminates in a certain little head or small globule, which is called the cortical gland. This can even be seen by the aid of the microscope. Therefore, since the sensations which run to the brain cannot subsist midway, but must by all means strive onward to their origins or beginnings, there ought to be in these beginnings that which feels and receives the sense. These beginnings are as many as there are fibres, for such is the abundance and luxuriance that they constitute the whole covering of the mass of the brain, and also occupy its interior. It follows that these glandules taken together are that which is called the common sensory. If we examine this cortex, or this substance, we perceive that all its parts or all its glandules are together disposed into a certain form which is most perfect, and which we call the spiral, and also that these glandules are distinguished from one another, coordinated and subordinated. In a word, that these glandules, which are so many little sensories, constitute the form of the particulars. This much being premised, we may see what the animus is. This cortical brain or common sensory receives, as it is said, all the external sensations, but it also perceives all the single differences which are impressed on the fibres and nipples of the organs. This sensation cannot be called the animus. This is the bare perception of sensations, or of the modes with their differences and discriminations. It is therefore the common sensory which feels and perceives, but not the animus. But still every simple or compound sensation is a certain form, consisting, it may be, of the discrimination of the slightest touches and forces. Such is the sensation of taste, such the smell, such the hearing, whose forms are distinctly perceived both in song and in the single word, which is thence called the articulated sound. Such is the sensation of sight, for every object or every image is formed from the differences of light and shade, especially the composed image or the object in its totality. This form, while it appears to the common sensory or cortical brain, is not perceived simply as sensation, that is, as being sweet, bitter, pleasant, beautiful, harmonious, or inharmonious, but it also exhilarates and gladdens the brain, or saddens the animus, exactly according to the quality, the perfection and imperfection of its form. This is called the brain's animus, which is said to be affected. Thus the animus is not separated from the common sensory. And so far as it is the sensory which is affected, this itself is, as regards the affection, the animus. So the perception is a distinct thing from the affection, and yet both are of the brain. Thus it is the common sensory which is affected pleasantly or unpleasantly, delightfully or undelightfully, whence the sense, and thus the joy, the sadness, or any other passion which is ascribed to the animus alone. Properly, it is the joy or the sadness itself which flows forth from that grace, or that harmony, or disharmony, of modes in those things which are felt and perceived, which is called the external affection of the animus, but there is also an internal affection. The animus is also the principle or source of all the changes of its body. For the affection itself of the sensory, or of the single cortical substance, is transfused into the containing fibres, and by those into the whole body, which is formed only of fibres. Thus passion is ascribed to the mind, that is affection, as also action, that is, the beginning or source of actions. But because the mind of one is not similar to the mind of another, but what affects one pleasantly affects another unpleasantly, and by the same harmony of sound or form of vision, one is made happy, another made sad, it follows that the state of one sensory is different from that of another, for the affection is according to the state of the sensory. For the same operation upon two dissimilar subjects varies according to the state of the recipient, or of him who is affected. And because the animus is rejoiced, saddened, desires, is made angry, undertakes to do, and thus has life in it, it must be that in the common sensory, and in the particular little sensories, there is that which lives. Hence we must inquire, whence derives the animus, this its essence and its life. That we may still better understand what the animus is, let us speak by examples. What in the taste is soporiferous? This is perceived in the common sensory as something sweet, something bitter, or acid. But this perception does not go farther, and even the pleasure also is in the same sense as though in a certain common taste. But still an appetite is thence excited, and indeed for those things which agree with the state of the body, as in those brutes which from taste alone seek for those things agreeing with their nature, and this faculty of the appetite is what belongs to the animus. Similarly, in the sense of smell, in the sounds of hearing, this appears still more evidently. The modulations of the song and the particular differences of the sounds are perceived by the common sensory, likewise also harmony itself, and grace, of which there is, as it were, a common sensation. But the hilarity and joy and the affections thence arising of every love is something belonging to the animus. Likewise in the objects of sight, the smiling grass plots of the garden, with the particular flowers, roses, and orchids, are perceived by the eye and the common sensory, also the beauty resulting from the orderly arrangement of the plants. But the inmost delights thence arising, love from the view of the beautiful, and revenge, fear, anger from the sight of an enemy, pity at the sight of the miserable, these are of the animus, which is carried away into various affections thence arising, and from these into desires which are communicated to the body. From these things we see how difficult it is to perceive distinctly what the animus is, and what perception, for there is, as it were, a distinct nature to each. The differences of perception are as many as appear in the sensations, which are innumerable. But the kinds of animus animi, are as many as are the affections, each of which carries its own special and particular differences. From the comparison itself it may be understood that there is in the animus a certain life which is communicated to the perception of sensation or of the sensory, without which there would be no sensations. Thus the animus is the life of the sensations. But the animus lives not from itself, but from the very soul, which alone lives, and by which all remaining things in the body live. The animus, however, cannot live in the same manner as the soul, for it is far removed therefrom, and it is a more imperfect and composed form, which is that of the common sensory, from whose form the animus derives its being called a form. Therefore we must now inquire, what is that mind which is the form of forms, and may be called the higher animus? It is equally difficult to understand what the mind is, although nothing is more familiar in common talk, and that this word is always appropriately inserted in conversation is an indication that our rational mind knows exactly what it is, but that we ourselves ignorant. We ought, however, to inquire regarding it as we would ask of an anatomist, what is in the heart and arteries, when we know from the pulse that there is something from which the pulsation comes. If it is not defined by the form of forms, it would be better to say that the mind is the mind, or that there is something which may be expressed by form, by which we mean a quality more hidden than the mind. But if we say that the mind is the principle of all the mutations of the animus, we must explain principle, what it is, where it is, of what nature. For principle is a general word like force and cause, which may be said to be in anything. If the mind is said to be the source of the rational affections, resulting from the harmonies of intellectual or immaterial ideas, as the animus results from ideas not immaterial, something appears to be expressed by which we approach more nearly to a knowledge of the mind. But that may be perceived the source itself must be inquired into, tracing it from its streams and the streams from those things thence derived, which either present themselves before the senses as effects, or have some analogy with sensible things. To explore, therefore, what the mind or the superior animus is, we must proceed in the same way as above in the exploration concerning the animus, that organic substance itself, or we must seek out that internal sensory where the mind, as it were, resides. For that the mind is in the brain is beyond the possibility of a doubt. The state of the mind is the state of the brain. They are so far united that whenever the one is injured, languishes, and seems about to die, the other is equally so. It is to be borne in mind that the senses of the external organs, through the containing fibres, flash even to their beginnings, or to the cortical glandules, and that in these surely ought to reside that principle which is in the senses. This glandule has been frequently shown above to be the brain in its least effigy, and there is in it a medullary and cortical substance similar and analogous to that which is seen in the common brain. Some such little body, therefore, we have called the internal sensory, and we have observed that these little sensories, taken together, constitute the common sensory. If accordingly there is a similar analogous cortical substance in each such little sensory, it follows that that substance taken together is the particular or internal sensory itself, and that its each least cortical part is an intellectory, in which, we will suppose, is the pure intellect, concerning which hereafter. From this idea, by mere comparison and analogy, it may be understood what and of what kind is the superior animus, or the mind. But let us institute the comparative analogy itself. Especially may the sensations of sight be compared with the ideas of imagination or of thought, for they mutually correspond, and by cultivation the images pass over into similar ideas. Thus, in the place of the images of the sight are substituted intellectual ideas, and with these we may proceed in the same manner as with the sensations above, for which we investigated the origin of the animus. So we shall find the mind itself. On the internal sensory itself are impressed as many ideas, as it were immaterial images, if we may use so crude a term, as there are images of the memory and the imagination, which are formed and drawn out by the changes of the state of the sensory. These immaterial or rational ideas are perceived in the pure intellect, or in that most simple or simple cortex, in the same way as the images of the sight are perceived in the common or external sensory. Consequently, the ideas themselves are like so many internal sensations with their differences. The ideas thus understood constitute the mind, but only its intellect or its thought. That good and lovable affection which results from the harmony of these ideas, or from the thought, is that which is said to flow from the mind. Consequently, that which is affected is the mind, and the mind is that life itself which is in the animus, therefore the principle or beginning of its mutations. But still we are ignorant as to what the mind is, for when it is said to be life and a principle, it is rationally conceived as being a certain quality flowing from the form of its intellectory when affected, and thus as nothing nulla without its organic substance. But we may not stop here. Let us go farther. This intellectory of purest cortical substance of the internal sensory can by no means exist and subsist of itself. This ought to consist of substances still more simple, that is, of the most simple of its realm. These most simple substances are what we call the soul, anima, in which there is life, and which is the mind itself of its intellectory, and consequently the life of the mind itself, which nevertheless lies so internally hidden, or dwells so deeply within, that it is distant from the animus by several degrees of perfection. From the description of the soul we understand this mind itself, what it is, what its quality is, or what its form and what its principle is. There are therefore a superior mind and an inferior mind, or mind properly so called, which reign in the animated body, and which mutually communicate their operations. The mind itself properly so called is spiritual, but the animus is purely natural, and may be called corporeal so far as it is immediately affected by the harmonies of the senses of the body, and flows immediately into the features of the body, and into the forms of the actions. This therefore is the reason why some of the ancients called the animus immortal, understanding by this the mind, as may be seen from the proper interpretation of their language. In order, therefore, that the mind properly so called may communicate with the animus, and by the animus with the body, there intervenes a certain mind called the rational, which is our proper mind, which is affected, desires, wishes, and at length determines its desires into acts. Very many have believed that this rational mind is that superior and indeed supreme mind which lives in us, and this latter they seem to confound with thought. But that the case is otherwise plainly appears from those particulars of which we have already treated, and from others which are to follow. For the rational mind itself is not able to derive its essence and its life from itself, but through culture, knowledges, and arts, and in the course of time it becomes such that it can possess more in itself than all the sciences in the universe can ever exhaust. These things it does not derive from that culture and experience, nor can it derive them from itself. There must be certainly a superior mind which flows in, which is pure and spiritual, and possesses in itself all that nature which we ourselves admire as the superior in that mind, and from which we draw forth only a few drops that we may conceive and put forth our theoretical and psychological sciences. But this mind which is called the rational is not properly the mind, for it is intermediate between the mind and the animus, and participates of both, and thus is born of both. For a spiritual mind flows into it from above, and a natural mind, or the animus, from below, which is the reason why it is called rational. For that it may be rational, it ought to participate in both the natural and the spiritual. Thus the more it communicates with the spiritual mind, the more eminently rational, or the more and more spiritual, this mind becomes. But the more it derives from the animus or natural mind, the less rational or more corporeal it is. Accordingly, the superior mind and the animus meet and conjoined in the internal sensory, they put forth their common progeny. This also appears from the various affections. For while the rational mind is excited by the animus, as by anger, revenge, illicit love, and other affections, it does not immediately come down to take part, but it is withheld by a certain higher and purer mind, and so it is reluctantly led away by the animus into either commanding those things which are opposed to it, or favouring them with its assent. This deliberation and pondering could never exist unless the rational mind were constituted in the midst between two loves which sometimes oppose. It is therefore like the beam of the scales turning whichever way the greater weight draws it. To this mind may be ascribed intellect, that is, thought, also judgment, choice, and will. But intellect cannot otherwise be ascribed to the mind than perception of sensations to the animus. It may be that the mind is the life itself of the intellect, or that thought could not exist and subsist without its mind, that is, without its loves and desires, which not only excite, but vivify its intellect. The mind is therefore the life of the thoughts, as the animus is the life of the sensations.
Chapter 16, Part 1, of concerning the formation of the rational mind and concerning its affections. 307. We have treated of the affections of the animus, and before treating of the affections of the rational mind, which is, as it were, midway and like a centre of influx, we ought to treat of the affections or loves of the pure or superior mind. But to treat at once of the loves of the supreme mind would be to fly from the lowest to the highest, and from sensible things to those which do not come under our intellectual comprehension, and which do not admit of being described by adequate terms. But those things which are met with in the rational mind fall under the comprehension of the intellect because they are ours. These also would by no means come under the comprehension of our intellect unless there were a purer intellect or a sublimer mind which flowed in, and from which we were able to view those things which are in the rational mind as if beneath. 308. But since it has been said above that the rational mind is intermediate between the pure mind, or that of the soul, and the impure inferior mind, or that of the body, that is, the animus, it seems to follow that the rational mind possesses no affection proper to itself, or of itself. For it is the centre of influxes, or that in which are concentrated two essences. It cannot be said to be other than the common essence of the two, or one nature composed of both. This is also most true. But this composition or mixture is an essence by itself, whose nature differs from both according to the mixture. But whether and in what sense it can be called an essence proper, this remains to be seen hereafter. Some preliminary consideration is, however, necessary here. 309. This is sufficiently clear from experience and from reflection that our rational mind desires or is possessed of desires. Desires cannot exist without affections or loves. For what we desire, this we love, and what we love, we desire according to the degree of the love. These desires in the rational mind are called cupidities in the animus, which cannot be given without bodily affections or loves. This also is clear, that we are able to choose that which is best and to reject the bad, or that our rational mind is able to judge freely and to act in accordance with its judgments. If the loves themselves did not belong to the rational mind, but only flowed in from elsewhere and forced this mind to judging and to acting, then nothing of its own, and therefore nothing free, could be predicated of the mind. But this free choice itself demonstrates that the rational mind is intermediate between the loves which flow in, and is the umpire in the election of the best. This also is clear, that there would be no will unless there belonged to the mind some affections, one of which it might will rather than another, but there would be either cupidity or instinct in the place of will, as in brute animals. For all that is cupidity which is from the animus, and all that is instinct which flows down from the superior mind. 310. These things clearly indicate that those loves which are insinuated into the rational mind are so united that they are distinct as to essence and nature from the loves of the superior mind and from those of the animus, and thus that they constitute a certain proper, as it were, separate mind, but still such an one that as it exists from both, so it subsists through both, and depends upon both, not indeed equally, but just as it bends and inclines itself more to the one than to the other. To the aforesaid arguments this also may be added, that we never could be blamed for any fault or crime if there were no love existing in the mind as proper to it, or as most emphatically our own. For we acknowledge nothing as our own, and properly pertaining to us except what exists in our rational mind, for that mind is the most verily mine. Ipsissimum meum. Other things are mine as far as that mind calls them its own. Nor does it consider them otherwise than as its own instruments, by which it is able to be what it is and to do as it wills. Which is also the reason why we say that any one is what he is according to the state of his mind. The weak and dull and impotent of mind we hardly call a man, but the most intelligent and wise we call the true man, and divine. Thus the proprium of all that is in him is of the mind. 311. But if we regard the matter more deeply, and attempt to explore what is proper to the rational mind and what is not, for what pertains to the mind and is in it, this is said to be proper to it, but still it is not therefore truly proper, as sight is to the eye, which is truly proper to the internal sensory, since this sees without the eyes, while the eye does not see without the internal sensory. Strictly speaking, I see nothing as proper to this whole internal sensory or human intellectory, except that its mind may bend or turn itself to the superior mind, or that of the soul, and admit its loves that they may flow in or receive them, in what manner shall be told elsewhere. Or else to the lower mind or that of the body, that is, of the animus, and permit its loves to flow in or receive them. All other things whatever are not proper to this intellectory, except as by flowing in this way. For the rational mind is as the standard which holds the balance. In the human body there is nothing except soul and body, or nothing except the spiritual and the natural. The other things which are intermediate participate of both, and so far as they participate, they, like the scales, depend upon both. That therefore each may be held in equilibrium, the rational mind is provided to be the moderator and governor, and thus in this point solely active, but in others passive. It is commonly received as a truth, because common experience teaches it to everyone, that so far as our rational mind admits loves which flow in from the body and its blood, or from the world through the gates of the senses, and applies itself to these, giving and surrendering itself to them, so far it is removed from the loves of the superior mind or from spiritual loves. And so far as it removes itself from the loves of the body and the blandishments of the world, so far it admits the loves of the superior or spiritual mind. The spiritual is, as it were, suffocated by the natural, and the natural is exterminated by the spiritual. Thus it appears that there is an internal man which fights with a certain external man, and the mind itself perceives the battle, and either gives up, conquered, or else carries off the victory. 313. Since, therefore, the loves of the superior mind and the loves of the animus of themselves and freely flow into and flow together in the rational mind, and since it is the property of this latter only to bend itself in one direction or the other, we see how that the other things which are in the rational or the properly human mind flow thence, so that it may be said of them that they are proper to it. For whatever things flow from that which is proper, or from the will is necessarily constitutive, these are also proper and derive their name and power from their source. But let us proceed in order, and by means of examples. 1. The first love, will, and as it were, desire, of the pure mind or soul, is that of associating to itself a lower mind or animus, which it produces or creates from its own essence and into which it inspires life. That is, the soul forms, and indeed out of its own essences, the pure intellectory, whose mind is natural. And this mind is in the pure intellectory, and in each one most particularly. The common essence and life of these particulars is called the animus, in which therefore there is only the natural and the bodily, but not the spiritual, although it descends from the spiritual and is created from it. But this love is not yet that of the rational mind, but that of the pure or spiritual mind. 2. The spiritual mind, already associated with the natural mind, now loves and desires nothing except what is common to both. The spiritual mind loves its own natural mind, and the natural mind respects and venerates its own spiritual mind, and yearns with the highest delights that it may depend upon this and may be subject to this. Hence now flows the first love common to both, namely, to form the organs and instruments by which it may so act and operate. As love and desire give and take in common, these organs are formed most conveniently for the nature and the love of each. For either mind regards those ends only, and because these cannot be attained except by organs and instrumental means, hence these instrumental means are formed with a view to every end common to both. Thence arises that corporeal machine, which is merely organic, exactly according to the image of the operation of either mind. But neither is this yet the love of the rational mind. 3. This delicate body being formed and put forth from the maternal egg or womb, at once there succeeds or is born, as it were, or unfolded from the former, another love, which is the love that it may become a man, or that it may be furnished with a certain proper mind, which may be called rational. For man derives his quality of manhood from his rational mind, since such as that mind is, such is the man. Then the pure mind or soul does its part, and the mind of the pure intellectory does its own, that is, the spiritual mind and the natural mind. And because each pursues a common cause, and desires to pour into this mind its essence, nature, and life, it follows that this mind is called rational. For the rational signifies the spiritual and the natural together, or mutually participating. 4. He who loves an end loves also the means conducing to that end. Each mind provides the means when it shapes the organs whereby to attain its end. Therefore common to both is the first mediate love or love of the mean, which is that the organs may perceive, as for instance that the ear may hear and the eye see, or the common sensory or the brain perceive those things which are heard and seen. For this is the first way or first means of forming the rational mind, and in forming it. Whatever there is harmonious, this is pleasing. This gladdens the animus. And whatever is inharmonious is unpleasant and grieves the animus. So the animus is now first excited, and so concurs as if of itself in producing this rational mind. Still the rational mind is not as yet any more than in its cradle or in its first infancy, for it only begins to be in that it is able to bend and turn its sensorial organs and to imbibe objects as they flow in. This is the one thing, as said above, that is proper to it, and to which it is incited by the mind, which is affected pleasantly, joyously, and delightfully by harmonies. Now its golden age begins, innocent, smiling, because the animus has not yet risen up against the mind, but loves it inmostly. For the mind is in the animus itself, and both conspire to one end, and the animus is thus far ignorant of what the world outside is. 5. This common love progresses always farther and grows in progressing. Already material ideas are insinuated in the common sensory, and in the internal sensory immaterial ideas or first principles of the intellect, not from any proper love of the rational mind, but from the love common to both the animus and the spiritual mind. For the rational mind itself is thus far ignorant whence such love comes, as it flows in as much from the mind as from the animus. The mind desires the end, the animus the effect, and it is ignorant of the end of the soul, but is excited by the pleasure which flows from the harmony of the internal and external sensations. The rational mind itself does not as yet contribute anything more from itself than that it applies itself, turns and attends to what flows in from both sources. For when it attends, its attention only is required. 6. The ideas of the memory and the imagination being thus increased, man begins to understand or to perceive something beyond, or to draw some essence or higher sense from words, which are all material ideas. When the intellect begins to form, it also thinks, and thus there is further progress, and at once from the things of thought into the will, not indeed from any intellect, but from the love of a certain pleasure, which is insinuated by the senses into the animus, and by the animus into this intellect. 7. These delights of the animus which are communicated to the rational mind appear as though they were in the mind and were felt therein. But they are outside of this mind itself, for whatever appears delightful, pleasurable, and joyous to the animus appears and is called good in the rational mind, but contrary things evil. The goods and evils themselves are all these objects of love, or those things by which the animus is affected. Then the rational mind, curious to know whether this be good or evil which appears pleasant and lovable, is therefore carried on by a kind of desire, to wishing to find out whether it be a true good or a false good, that is, an evil, as also whether it be a real evil or an apparent evil. For the knowledge of the true signifies nothing in itself without the good, since what is true ought to regard the good as its subject. The rational mind does not stand still here, for it cannot be persuaded whether a thing be truly good unless it finds out the subject of the good. For there is no good without its subject. This subject at first appears, but to know whether it be truly good, it is necessary to inquire as to the quality of this subject, what are its attributes, accidents, and adjuncts. And at length these being explored, it may be persuaded whether this good be truly good or not. Thus the rational mind proceeds in particulars that it may explore the nature of things placed before it by which it seems to be affected. Such appears to be the intellect of the rational mind, the which if we inwardly examine we shall clearly perceive that all these affections are not proper to the intellect, but that there flows in from above some love of knowing the quality of all those things which flow in from beneath by way of the senses and the animus, so that that superior mind may call our rational mind into its service in order to inform itself of the things obvious to the senses, lest by chance it be deceived by appearance. For the superior mind well knows how innumerable are the fallacies of things. This is the reason why we are naturally carried away by a certain desire of knowing not only the present but also future things, and not only what is apparent but also what is hidden. For this curiosity is called inborn, and it is the first mover in the perfecting of our intellect. Or it is itself the love of communicating its knowledge to that mind which is to be instructed. In these things that mind does no other action from itself except to turn its rational view to the higher mind or to the soul. Other things spontaneously flow in, the very love exciting the desire of knowing. But from that moment in which the mind applies itself, all this intellect is predicated of the mind as belonging to it. Indeed, the faculty not only of perceiving but of thinking and judging becomes as it were its own, because it is now acquired. But while it is being acquired, the mind itself is as though passive, only turning itself to this or that side. 8. In the formation of the human intellect there occur 4 ages, hardly otherwise than in the great world or the macrocosm. The first or golden age is when the animus is entirely subject to its mind, for then it cannot be called the animus, but the lower or natural mind. The next or silver age is when the animus is not subject to the mind, but reigns with that in equal right. The third, or brazen age, is when the animus begins to fight with its mind and endeavours to cast this down from her throne. The fourth, or iron age, is when the animus subjects to itself the higher mind and makes it her handmaid. These things are perceived in our rational mind from those very loves which rule and command. If they are of the body and of the animus, or of the world, it is a proof that the spiritual loves are driven from their thrones and extinguished. But when the spiritual loves reign, the body loves yield, and as it were become cold, and the lusts of the body are said to be dead. For so far as the things of the body live, those of the spirit vanish away, and vice versa. 9. But a state of integrity would be that wherein the spiritual loves alone reign. Then there would not be any rational mind, but the spiritual mind alone. For there would be no confluence of loves. Consequently, in order to be corporeal, we cannot easily subsist in that state. It would be superhuman and miraculous. But still it is our better life when superior and inferior loves reign equally, and the rational mind is elevated above its body, and is so instructed from itself concerning what it encounters, that it has need of no science as a teacher. We are always inclining to lower things. Thus we are drawn away from this equilibrium, that is, this rationality itself. But if we remained infants, our rational mind would be nothing, or, if something, still not rational, but spiritual. 314. But let us return to the affections or the loves, and inquire whether there are any in the rational mind which may be properly called its own. Yet we cannot make this inquiry without first examining all those desires which appear to be in this mind. From these, then, we shall be able to form a conclusion. The loves and affections of the mind in general. 315. In our rational mind, loves perpetually reign, nor would there be any mind without loves, as there would be no animus without affections. For the loves are of the mind as affections are of the animus. Those very objects with which the mind is affected are called its loves. The rational mind also possesses intellect, and the intellect is something separate from mind, just as sensation or perception is separate from the animus. But still there can be no intellect without mind, that is, without objects which are loved, or without loves. If only we observe the state of our mind, this appears clearly, that some love is excited by the first apperception or intellection. This love first excited is the first, the last, the middle, the all, in the thought. Without the love, the thought could never exist. This also is known from the desires, from the will, from ends of the mind. Unless there were love, there would be no desire, for we desire what we love. The love itself is in the will, which would become torpid or as nothing without love. The end itself is that subject or that object of love. Therefore the love is the first, the middle, and the last in our rational mind. But the loves are innumerable, and the very means of the ends are loves, because they are regarded as united with ends, or as continued into them. 316. The mind is therefore the soul itself, or the life itself, of the intellect. The intellect may be compared with the body of that soul. Such is their conjunction that if the mind or its loves recede, the intellect is nothing, or like a lifeless body. And the love without the intellect can be described as a soul without a body. Therefore, a certain love is in our rational mind before the intellect, and the intellect is formed from the mind as a body from its soul, in which it is first and last, or the whole. 317. But it is asked whether these loves, which are understood to be in the rational mind, are its own, or whether they come from elsewhere. They appear indeed as if they were its own, but lest we should be carried away by the appearance only, we ought to examine some of these loves, and afterwards the other affections which appear to be in the mind. The love of understanding and of being wise. 318. In the earliest infancy there does not appear to be any love of being wise in our rational mind. The reason is that we are still unconscious of that love, or of knowing, by reflection upon phenomena, what may be in them as a principle. Then, too, because it is a certain universal love not yet limited or determined to the love of a particular knowledge, that nevertheless this love is there, we may conclude, as certain from the very effect of it, for without such a love we should never be able to inform our mind or furnish it with any intellect, which nevertheless is perpetual from a certain active principle or love. What we desire to see, to hear, to retain in memory, to imagine, to think, this in our innocent state comes from an implanted love of understanding and being wise. Those delights, which are also in the senses themselves, could not be delights without this universal internal principle. But in this period of life, the love of understanding is quite general and undetermined. And so is the pure love of being wise without any object in which there is something lovable, on account of which especially we desire intelligence. But in adult age we direct this universal love to a single kind of knowledge, which we love more than others, as to the art of war, nautical science, politics, mathematics, science of civil law, theology, and so forth. As age still advances, we direct this love to some species or part of a more universal science. In this state we love only the knowledges which go to perfect this chosen one, and these so far as they have an affinity with it. Hence it appears that there is some love in our mind which is to become rational. And this from itself or naturally, which is first a universal love of all, then in the course of time a particular love. For if there were not in infancy itself the universal love, we would be entirely unable to furnish the mind with any intellect unless there were a special determination to some particular knowledge. This may be compared with the appetite for eating. Before taste and relish there is in the embryo and infants the love of eating, nor is it affected with any taste until time has elapsed. Wherefore it is nourished with milk which is almost tasteless. But in the course of time the appetite is awakened through the delights of taste. This love cannot be said to be properly of the rational mind, because it is in us before the formation of the intellect, and the intellect being formed, it is not known to be in that except by reflecting on its effects. Therefore it is infused from the superior mind, and nourished by delights of the animus, and so excited into consciousness. The love of knowing hidden things, and admiration. 319. That there is an inborn love of being wise we perceive from the love familiar to everyone, that of knowing hidden things. For this love it is which forms our whole intellect. For everything which has been impressed on the memory of the infant and child were before that time hidden. As soon as they are impressed, the child is seized with the desire of knowing what still lies hidden in that which is known, that is, its qualities and many other things. This love carries us into those sciences by which we are persuaded we shall arrive at the knowledge of what is hidden. The whole learned world is carried away into physical experiments in order that from these we may know or penetrate into the hidden things of nature. The ancient philosophers were all seized with this love, but with them it was the love of penetrating into the hidden things of nature a priori, or by principles and a rational philosophy. But those of our day wish to penetrate a posteriori, or from experiment. They both have the same love, for they concur in this end. Who does not desire to behold nature in her inmosts and unveiled? Who does not desire to know what the soul is, where it resides, what it will be after death, what is the highest good? Who would not like to know the interior things of another's mind, the secrets of his companions, of society, of kingdoms? Who is not delighted when he contemplates with the telescope the moon, a planet, and its satellites, while he wishes he might know whether there are inhabitants there, and how in this great vortex they pursue their daily and annual motions? Who does not love with the microscope to detect the least things in nature and the insects invisible to the eye, besides infinite other things? All of which indicates that there is implanted in the human mind such a love,
which is also the principle of becoming wise and the efficient cause of the formation of our intellect. And because it is in us before this formation of the intellect, nor do we perceive that it is there except by judging from its effects, it follows that it flows in from a certain higher mind in us, to which it pertains universally to know and understand all things, and to wish to communicate this, its own, to some lower mind, by which it may make itself present to the body. 320. Admiration is the affection of every perfection relatively to its subject. For we wonder at wisdom in a boy, but not in an old man; at intellect in an insane person; at something analogous to bravery in the brute animal. So long, therefore, as we have no knowledge or only a slight knowledge of an object, then we wonder at its perfection, however slight. Thus we wonder at the wonderful things in nature, which are infinite, at its hidden forms, and the like. Wherefore children wonder at all things, because to them they are hidden. Wherefore this wonder coincides with the love of knowing hidden things. For what we wonder at is deeply imprinted on our memory. We wonder that nature is so admirable in her kingdoms. But if we knew what she herself is, and that she is most perfect, and able only to produce such things as these, we would then cease to wonder. We wonder at the miracles of God and the proofs of his providence, because we do not comprehend that he is infinite and his perfection infinite. If we should perceive this, we would be amazed at nothing, but only venerate and adore, in thinking that what we comprehend in mind are the least things, and that there are infinite things which surpass the intellect. But he is the most hidden and the never explorable to any mind, in order that he may be God, whom from the universe and from the wonderful things of nature we may admire and adore. What would God be if he were not inscrutable? The love of foreknowing the future. 321. The love of foreknowing the future concurs, in the third place, with the love of knowing hidden things. For we love to know the future because it is hidden, and because we love, we desire it. And the difference is only between the things simultaneously hidden and those successively hidden. For what are now present are to be successively brought about. Therefore, when we know these things, we conceive of them as present and now existing. For all past things were once future. Therefore also this love declares that there is something implanted in our mind, which is the active principle in the forming of our intellect. This love also so reigns in every human mind, that it is present in its every desire of ends. For when we desire any end, and some impossibilities stand in the way, we desire at once to know the final event, whence comes hope. Wherefore in every one in whom there is hope, there is the love of the future which we desire to know. As a result of this love of human minds, many arts have been thought out, as physiognomy, geomancy, Pythagorean arithmetic, judiciary astrology, in former times auspices, the consultations of oracles, divinations, interpretations of dreams, and many other similar things. Even the innumerable events of the past, as the fates and histories of kings and empires, do not so delight the mind as does that one new thing which we desire to know. Such as the love of self is, so is the love of knowing one's own happy destinies, which even to children is most pleasurable. As the love of country is great, so great is the delight of knowing its future prosperity. This love seems to be in the mind, but still not proper to the mind, for the same reason given above regarding the love of knowing hidden things. For one and the same love is the sign that there is such a knowledge in the soul, and that from this knowledge come the presages of mind and the coming true of dreams. The love of truths and principles. 322. The intellect of our rational mind could not be informed and become intellect without the love of truths, for it needs to have as many truths as ideas. From these, analytically examined and compared, new truth arises, and from this and other similar still further new truths, until at length we arrive at those universal truths which belong to the soul and are pure intellectory. The most particular truths, and those which are first introduced, are those material truths we imbibe by means of the senses, all of which the mind at first accepts as they appear, as so many truths. From these it arranges its rational analysis, and forms its intellect. As many conclusions as the mind forms, therefore, so many principles it assumes, provided it has faith in the premises, and trusts in the correctness of its conclusions. These principles are the very truths which are in the rational mind as though they were its own. Still, they cannot be called pure truths, but rather probabilities, for they are exceedingly inflated with hidden qualities, and viewed in themselves are opinions and hypotheses, which the mind will perceive if it inwardly considers them, and by comparing them with others draws any conclusion from them as true from experiment. These assumed truths are acknowledged all the more as truths in the degree that they are capable of being rendered more probable and likely, or so adorned and veiled that their internal form does not appear. For we judge very much from the surface and external form regarding the internal, as we judge of the virtue of a virgin from her beauty. That accordingly there is an inborn love of establishing principles and acknowledging these as truths, or what is equivalent of forming the intellect, has been shown above. Here chiefly we shall treat of the love of principles, thus regarded as truths, ut veritates speculatorum. 323. That it is natural to love truths may be proved from the order itself which is in the forms and harmonies of nature. The truth itself in intellectual things corresponding to order in natural things. And because order in itself, like harmony, affects the common sensory pleasantly and the animus gladly, so do truths affect the intellectual mind. Hence, as order presupposes harmony, so does truth presuppose some love or some good from which we may predicate its being truly good or truly bad. It follows from common experience that human minds love truths so far as these establish the idea of good. For there are good things which are good by nature, and those which are not apparently good, and those which are not good but bad, which nevertheless affect the mind as good. Thus one who is desirous of revenge finds his delights and his good in cruelty itself, and so long as he is carried away with this love, he loves all things which sustain it, and hates everything which opposes. He often understands the truths which oppose such an animus, but he hates them, and also those who wish by means of truths to influence his mind. He also who is avaricious and longs for the goods of others often acknowledges the truths which show this to be contrary to the order of nature, but he hates these very truths, and loves all those probabilities which favor and foster his idea of good. Criminals often talk most wisely, yea, even make the harangues, and by a chain of truths condemn their very crimes, while still in their own minds they hate these truths they are proclaiming. Thus there are those who love truths, and those who hold them in hatred, or love those things which are contrary to the truth. For hatred is love of the contrary. Likewise, the rational mind loves truths from an innate love, without which it would never be able to perfect its intellect, so as to be possessed of judgment. But in place of truths, it substitutes principles, which are so many probabilities acknowledged as truths. To love these principles, or these probabilities, is to exercise the same love as that by which truths are embraced. That this ardour exists in the higher mind or the soul, all of whose ideas are truths which the soul either loves or hates, appears from the effect of a similar love in the rational mind, and also from the origin of ambition and of anger, which are so many heats and fires in the soul roused in defense of these truths. For there are those who are by nature tenacious of opinion, even in their childhood resembling old age, since the aged believe their principles to be all truths. It is not so with youths, who are of progressive intellect and not lovers of self. The love of good and of evil. 324. Between the love of the true and the love of the good there is the difference as between intelligence and wisdom, for truths are the objects of the intellect, but goodnesses those of wisdom. But no intellect is without wisdom, because there is none without the love of some good. Intellect is acquired through the love of understanding truths. Wisdom is not acquired, because the good itself is that beloved essence which flows in and insinuates itself of itself. But the intellect is required in order that we may understand whether it be the truly good, or the apparently good, or that which is not good but only a false good. The truly good is in itself good. The apparently good is good in itself so far as it so appears. The false good is evil because contrary to the true good. Thus the true and the good exist both united and separate, since we are able to love the evil and to hate the good. And yet we are gifted with intellect to be able to understand the true and the false, or to understand that a thing is not good although we undertake it. This is called intellective wisdom, scientific and external. Wisdom itself cannot exist without being conjoined with love, and because all love is inborn, we cannot be wise of ourselves, but from the influx of the love of the truly good. And in order that this may flow in, the liberty is given us of inclining our mind to this or that side. Therefore, verities constitute the intellect which is greater in the degree that our principles approach the truths themselves, and free themselves from the shadow of probabilities. In order that our rational mind may be as intelligent as possible, it is necessary that it know universal truths, just as the pure intellectory and the soul know these from themselves, to whose perfections the rational mind strives to approximate. But goodnesses constitute wisdom. To love wisdom is to love the intelligence which reveals the nature of goodnesses, and to love the truly good itself is to be wise. Wherefore our mind always aspires to the highest good, about which there is much dispute, since every one assumes the probable good to be the highest good. Science is not intelligence nor wisdom, but is the mediate or instrumental cause of intelligence. Wherefore all science is acquired either through one's own experience of the senses, or through the observation and exploration of one's own mind, or by the experience of others. Where there is natural intelligence, there is also science, for one presupposes the other. But science does not then appear as anything contingent, but as a necessity, and because it is natural for it to know this. Science is chiefly concerned with the objects of goodness. Knowledge, cognitio, on the other hand, is the mediate cause whereby science is obtained, whence are doctrines and instructions. Discipline. 325. The rational mind never loves the good of itself, but judges concerning the evil and the good. And when it embraces one in preference to the other, it is said to love it, because it admits the one and excludes the other. The mind admits whatever is pleasant, delightful, soothing to the animus and to the senses, or what constitutes the loves of its animus. It causes that these flow into the mind, and when it is occupied with their ideas and expels the contrary, then the mind is said to love because it calls this good. Still, its loves are not properly its own, but flow in. Likewise, when it excludes the affections of its animus, and thus admits the higher loves, then it calls these good, and is said to love these because it is wholly occupied with their idea. Thus the rational mind is possessed by inflowing loves, since it is lacking in its own love. But they are called its own because they flow in and possess its idea. Affirmative and negative. 326. That the mind is able to affirm and deny clearly indicates that it is placed between two loves which influence it in opposite directions, and that it is able to choose the one and reject the other, or that this liberty is the only thing proper to the mind. Without this property, the mind could not exist, still less subsist. Throughout the whole body there is nothing else capable of affirming and denying. Our animus cannot do this of itself, because it is affected according to that harmony which is in an object and agrees with its own nature. The eye can neither affirm nor deny, but is affected by the harmony of object and the mixture of colors, among which there is a natural order as in the rainbow. The intellectory itself and the soul cannot affirm or deny, but are gratefully affected by those things which are perfect in themselves, and unpleasantly by imperfect things, always, however, according to the nature of the soul itself. Thus the soul can only love this and hate that, but to affirm and to deny is not in its power, this faculty belonging solely of the rational mind. The truths themselves of the soul are inborn, but its state either loves these truths in themselves or hates them, so that it is impossible to love now what it before hated. But that it assumes this state is possible only in this life, and thus only by means of the rational mind, which is able to affirm and deny, and to choose the one rather than the other. 327. In order, therefore, that there may be in the rational mind a free choice and a will, and thus the faculty of affirming or denying, there are no loves given to it as properly its own. For if it possessed its proper and natural loves, then its affirmative and negative faculty would altogether cease. But that there seem to be innate loves, such as the love of the honorable, the seeds of which seem to be deposited in the mind, and that there are inclinations to this love, this does not prove that these natural loves belong to the mind, but that the mind possesses a disposition only to receive these loves rather than others, to more easily change its states in this direction than otherwise, or to be more easily in these ideas than in others. In a word, that it wishes rather to admit these loves than others. This is nevertheless not a proof that love is inborn and proper to the mind itself. Conscience. 328. A good conscience or a bad conscience seems to be a proper affection of the rational mind, but whether it be so will appear from an examination into its origin. Conscience itself depends primarily on the determination of the truly good. Whatever we believe to be the truly good when we nevertheless act in a manner contrary to it excites a bad conscience, while the opposite course produces a good conscience. Thus our conscience depends upon our principles, which we believe to be so many verities. And so the good conscience of one person may be the bad conscience of another, from one and the same cause. The good conscience of the criminal is the bad conscience of the honorable man. The devil acts against his conscience if he does not do evil, although he knows that this is contrary to spiritual truths. The conscience very plainly declares that our rational mind is midway between the higher and lower loves. A good conscience corresponds to gladness in the animus, and a bad conscience to sadness. Wherefore also gladness and sadness flow by correspondence into the mind and excite its conscience. The states of the soul also and its loves contribute much to the state of conscience in the rational mind. The soul which loves truths, when its love reigns in the rational mind, is secretly pained by those things which oppose this love. That is, it is a true conscience. But if the soul hates spiritual truths and becomes diabolical, then the mind is distressed by these truly good things themselves when it is led by them. Therefore, conscience comes from the animus and the superior mind, and is such that hardly any one may know its quality, since in order that any one may judge of the truth of one's conscience, he ought indeed to know what the truly good is, of what quality is the person's mind and his animus, which knowledge belongs to God alone. The conscience itself judges everyone. The highest good and highest truth. 329. This is undoubted, that there is a good in itself, and a principle of this good, that it is principally good itself and love itself. And if there is a good in itself, it is necessary that all those things which flow from that good, and which tend toward that good, be good in themselves. But whatever things tend out of the course, and still more, what are contrary to this good and tend not toward it. These are evil in themselves, and in so far evil as they are removed from that good. Hence it is manifest that nothing but God alone can be the good itself, who is the fount of every good, that is, of every perfect thing. But things evil and imperfect may appear in our minds as good and perfect, and thus persuade us to embrace them. Still, in the purer and more elevated mind, this is not why we embrace things which we acknowledge to be evil, but evil things are embraced because they are soothing and agreeable to the state of our mind. Then also they are sometimes called necessary evils. From this it now appears that every one embraces and calls that the highest good which agrees with the state of his mind. Thus to the revengeful vengeance is the highest good, to the miser wealth, and so with other lusts. In a word, each one places the highest good in a good conscience, but it is to be observed of what sort the good is, whether the truly good or the falsely good. Thus universal truths are to be investigated, and our minds are to be instructed by these. 330. The highest good presupposes also a highest truth, and whatever affirms this highest good is itself the highest truth, and other things are false. But true things are also evil, hence the highest truth means that which expresses the nature itself of anything, what it is in itself, thus both the nature of the good and of the evil. 331. The good in the mind signifies the perfect in nature, wherefore these mutually correspond. Perfections themselves are superior and inferior. Thus the highest good differs in itself or is divided according to the subjects themselves which admit that good. The highest good of the body is the pleasure which most affects the body. The highest good of the animus is that love which most affects it. These goods are in themselves supremely good in respect to the state of the body and of the animus, which receive and are affected by them. Similar is the case with the mind, the soul, and the pure intellectory. The highest good of the rational mind is that which it most joyfully admits and chiefly indulges, or to which its ideas or changes of state incline. All these things are highest goods in themselves so far as they tend to the highest good in itself, and regard this, that is, so far as they are in connection, or united by love, with the highest good. 332. Every faculty and mind, whether superior, inferior, or mediate, aspires to the highest good from an implanted love. Nevertheless, it can never arrive at that degree of good in which is the superior mind, since there is something of the infinite in the superior mind, to which the inferior mind can never attain unless by being itself dissolved or destroyed. The highest of the lower mind can hardly be called the least of the higher mind. We can thus see that our rational mind is unable to think what will be the happiness or the unhappiness of its soul. And if it cannot think this, neither can it express it. The same is true of the highest truths. Our mind may progress indefinitely and diffuse its intellect, and yet never arrive at pure truth such as is in the soul, unless it be dissolved and destroyed. Thus we cannot penetrate into the nature of the pure intelligence or the intelligence of the soul. A limit is accordingly placed to the advancement of our intellect, or beyond which it cannot go. But still there is given to it a field that it may be extended indefinitely, and the love to so extend itself is naturally in it. But if it wishes to be elevated above itself, or to attain to things higher than itself, then it either perishes and is dissolved, or else it is reduced into such a state that it can never again emulate such a condition. And so it sins against the love and the law of order. Still such a love as this is innate in our minds, and we receive it, as it were hereditarily, from Adam. In a word, all that which is good and true in itself is divine. All that which is evil and false in itself is diabolical. All that which is good and true in appearance and semblance is human. Thus the just, the sincere, the honorable, virtue, etc., etc. The love of virtues and of vices. The honorable. The decorous. 333. The honorable is the common quality of all virtues, for all the virtues taken together constitute the honorable. Thus the honorable is the form whose essential determinations are the virtues in particular. Each virtue is a form whose essential determinations are the parts of that virtue. But decorum is the external form of the virtues. For that the virtues may appear, an external is required from which we may judge regarding the honorable in it and its parts. This is why the decorous can be varied in so many ways. Every form may be varied externally in 1,000 ways, and also the states of the internal form may be varied, the external form remaining. This is our political art, to persuade regarding internal things those minds which judge from external things. 334. The dishonorable, on the contrary, is a form whose essential determinations are vices, and every vice is a form whose essential determinations are parts of that vice. The indecorous is the external form, for every internal form has its external form, which is called the figure, and which corresponds naturally to the internal form. 335. There is nothing which is a virtue in itself except the good in itself. But in order that virtue may exist and pass for such, there must precede an affirmative and negative, a rational intuition that the good is to be chosen. There must be a will and an end which we regard as good. These faculties are not formed except in the rational mind. Hence no moral virtue proceeds from other than the rational mind. If an inanimate machine should extend money to some poor person, it could not be called a virtue. If any one benefits another without knowing what he does, or from an opposite intention, or of necessity, this is not called a virtue. If an insane man renders service to society, this is not a virtue, but a good. Therefore, whatever is natural and necessary loses the name of virtue. Thus all virtues are of the mind only. Likewise in respect to vices. There is no vice which in itself is vice. Only the evil is evil in itself. The mind itself is what causes that the morally vicious exists. Thus all morality, like all vice, is of the rational mind alone. 336. What accordingly the virtues are and what are vices I have set forth above. When treating of the affections of the animus, for instance, of ambition, love of self, love of country, revenge, anger, avarice, and other traits. All these are either goods or evils in themselves, but still they are not called virtues or vices except so far as they proceed from the rational mind. Accordingly, as the mind is the more instructed, and the intellect greater, the greater is the virtue or the vice which flows thence. Thus, the love of self above all others is an evil in itself, and if such be in the mind, it is a vice. While the love of the many or of society above self is good in itself, but is not called a virtue except in the rational mind. Virtue accordingly depends upon the state of the rational mind, so far as this regards the good which is the real good, or the not truly good which is the evil. When the mind does not know whether it be truly good or the truly evil, it is held in suspense, and its conscience is said to be doubtful. In this state it ought to do nothing, because such action would be neither good nor bad, and thus not rational, but brutal and irrational, or like that of an inanimate machine. Therefore, as the mind judges concerning goods, so it judges concerning virtues and vices. 337. It is therefore the rational mind which qualifies all those affections which are ascribed to the animus and to the body. These are all what they are by virtue of their proceeding from the rational mind. Wherefore it is unnecessary to treat of them particularly here, since they all insinuate themselves into the loves and goods of the rational mind, and this by its will determines them into act. This is the reason why nothing which flows into the rational mind, but only that which flows from it, can be called a virtue or a vice. And the greater a virtue is, the more does that which flows in under the form of good persuade the mind that it is such a virtue, when nevertheless it may be a vice. 338. The question now arises whether any love of virtue or of vices belongs naturally to the rational mind. It is proved by experience that the seeds of honor are sown in the minds of some, or that there are inclinations to what is honorable, and so the reverse. But whatever there is from nature in any mind, which without cultivation is no mind, or which must be formed in order to be rational, and which possesses nothing from itself or nothing but that which is acquired, it would seem that the love of virtues is not a love proper to the rational mind, but rather that it belongs to the superior mind, which flows in and constitutes this its nature. This takes place if the love of good flows in, and this good is called virtue when the mind rationally observes that it agrees with the nature of good. Thus we cannot say that the love of virtue is proper to the rational mind, but that the soul from which that love flows is good, or also that the mind is naturally such that it inclines to receive these rather than other loves. Thus its inclination is only a faculty of bending itself to the reception of this or that love. 339. But insofar as the rational mind applies itself to either side, it is also receptive of the truly good and of its love, and it becomes conscious of this good, and from this love flowing in, it wishes and desires its actual attainment. So far, therefore, the love of virtues and of vices may be predicated of the rational mind, for by this faculty it appropriates to itself as its own these goods or evils.
17. Conclusion as to what the animus is, what the spiritual mind, and what the rational mind. The animus is a form whose essential determinations are all those affections which flow in from the body and from the world through the gateway of the senses. In each affection there is present, as it were, a special animus whose essential determinations are all those affections which are parts of this affection, and so on. Such an animus is our peculiar disposition or genius. Wherefore we speak of indulging our disposition or animus, and by the ancients every genius or disposition was adored and worshipped as a god, and over them all presided a universal god. Hence Jupiter, Apollo, Venus, Mars, and the rest, and other specific deities belonging to these. In sacred and common language, all those affections of the animus which come from the body are said to come from the heart, as when we say, with the whole heart, or with the whole soul, or in using the words pitiful, misericors, stupid, excors, insane, vicors, and so on, which terms all have reference to the blood. The spiritual mind is the form whose essential determinations are all those loves which flow in from above or from God, through his Spirit by means of the Word, and from heaven and the celestial society of souls. This mind is properly called the spirit, whose subject is the soul. Thus the soul is indeed called spirit, but much more properly would be termed spiritual. The rational mind is the form whose essential determinations are all those loves which flow in both from the spiritual mind and from the animus. These become mingled and are called rational. They are not the property of the rational mind, for they do not remain if the spiritual mind or the animus withdraws them. But, properly speaking, the rational mind is the form whose essential determinations are all virtues and vices, for it is its property to be conscious of the good and the evil, thus to choose those things which are good and to reject the evil. And that which goes forth from the rational mind is called a virtue or a vice. In every virtue and vice, a rational mind is present whose essential determinations are all the parts of that virtue or of that vice. I have also mentioned a certain mind higher than the natural, which clearly is in the pure intellectory. But this mind is the animus itself, since the animus is something universal and the mind of each intellectory is something particular, For in order that the universal exist, there must be the particulars from which it may exist and subsist. That the rational mind is that which is properly called man. The external shape is not what makes man, for the ape is human in face and still is an ape, and wax can be moulded into the human form and still be wax, while yet the likeness of man. Neither is it the external form of the body which constitutes the man. The brute animals enjoy similar members and viscera and a similar structure, as do even the more imperfect animals, like the insects. Speech does not make man, for the parrot talks and still is not a man. The animus is not the man, for the brutes enjoy a similar animus and are affected as man is by the loves of their body and of their world. But that which enjoys a rational mind, and namely that it can think, judge, freely choose and will, that creature is man. Also a man is esteemed as such by all according to his rational mind. If he only indulges his animus and his natural disposition, if he is stupid and dull, he is called a brute, an animal, and not recognized as man except as having still something human which enables him to think. The greater the intellect, or the more elevated the rational mind, so much the greater is the man. If it excels all others, it is declared to be superhuman and divine, and something which is above man. We also in ourselves recognize that only as our own which we mentally possess, for everything in the whole system is qualified by the mind. Wherefore all loves, as well as superior as inferior, flow in and flow together into the rational mind, as into its centre, and from this they flow forth again. Thus the beginning of all actions, and the end of all sensations, or the concentration of the whole, is in the mind. Wherefore all other things which are without the mind are regarded as its instruments and organs, which the mind neither knows nor cares to know as to what they are, provided only they serve it as its slaves. It even seems as if God thus held in contempt these natural things themselves, and reduced them into so many instruments, since he has not revealed to us their nature, and how the mind acts by means of them, but has only given them and surrounded the mind with them, in order that they may stand ready and obedient for every effect by which the mind wishes to promote its end. We only love that which is pleasing to this same rational mind, as if to that which is proper to ourselves, for every one wishes to appear such as he is by virtue of his mind, even if it be through the ornaments of the body. Still the desire is that these may show the quality of the mind. Thus we feel a hatred, and often are carried away into anger, toward that which injures the mind. And what we fear for the body is lest the mind be deprived of its instruments and powers of acting. In the rational mind there is the face of the soul, just as in the body is the face and likeness of the animus. The rational mind may thus be called the body of the soul, because it is formed into an image of its operations. This mind indicates what the soul is. If the soul be not spiritual and immortal, by no means can such a mind be formed in which the spiritual and natural are conjoined. Wherefore, since there are in the mind both the natural and the spiritual, the mind possesses, as in a certain centre of confluences, whatever the man possesses. Wherefore the rational mind is what is called man. When this mind is destroyed, the man perishes. He then is a spirit, because the soul alone then lives. This is the reason why man may be called internal and external. That spiritual essence which flows into the rational mind is the interior and superior man, but the natural which flows in from the animus is the external man. The mind is what perceives in itself what it is which the external and internal man advises. Therefore the external man is the same as an animal, but the internal man the same as an angel.
Section 31. Chapter 18. Part 1 of Free Will, or the Choice of Moral Good and Evil. 351. The learned have been in great disagreement on the liberty of the human mind. There are those who assert that in divine and spiritual things there is no mental liberty left, or if any, that it is but shadowy and hardly to be recognized as such. There are some who say that all liberty is left in worldly and corporeal things, but others declare that this is rather slavery than liberty, for the rational mind, mens, is thus kept in chains by its affections belonging to the lower mind, animus. And there are others again who assert that there is no liberty at all, although it may appear as though there were. For it is alleged, we are drawn away either by our own loves or by other affections which flow into the sphere of our own minds, or by some absolute and divine direction which carries us away as by a stream or as a ship in full sail. Moreover, if the rational mind has no affections of its own, but if all flow into it either from above or from below, it follows that the mind would not be in the exercise of its own right or free will, but would either belong to the soul or to the body, by the affections of which it might appear to be as it were inflamed. But let us dismiss all these controversies, since to assume arguments and then to confute them is a barren occupation. For if we remain in arguments derived solely a posteriori, or from a multitude of effects only, we shall indeed be in collision, and our minds will, as it were, be in a dense and dark forest, nor shall we be able to extend our own view beyond the nearest hill or the nearest tree. Let us then rise to higher views, or to the principles and origin of things, or to universal truths, and from these let us descend according to order, nor turn from the way to refute anyone, but continue straight on to the goal. 352. That our rational mind can freely judge and decide, or freely think, and when impossibilities do not hinder, can freely will and act out what it thinks, is acknowledged by everyone. Without the liberty of thinking, or of acting conformably to what we think, there would be no understanding and no will. Yea, the very name of will would be banished from the vocabulary, and we should know nothing about it. Without free will, there would be nothing affirmative and nothing negative. There would be no virtue and no vice, and consequently no morality. There would also be no religion and no divine worship, for this requires a free mind. Thus, there could be no hearing of prayers, still less any imputation of good or evil, because nothing could be regarded as our own. For who imputes anything to a machine, or to him who acts from necessity and not from himself? Man also regard actions as they proceed from a will which is not forced. What then shall we not believe of the divine justice? In short, without the gift of liberty, we should not be men, but merely animals. For what would our human principle be, or that which is properly our own as men, unless we could think, will, and act freely? And he who can think freely can also will freely, for will and action follow thought. Therefore, not only to be free, but also the ability of acting freely from oneself is truly human. It was also shown above that the one only thing which belongs to us is the liberty said to be that of the will. 353. It is also an established truth that without intellectual life or understanding there is no rational liberty, and that such as is the understanding, such is the liberty, which increases or decreases together with its understanding, so that liberty may be called the spouse of the intellect, or the one only love of the rational mind. For there is no liberty in an infant, but in adults there is liberty. There is none in an insane or delirious mind, and none in the dead, the intellect being extinguished. From these things it follows that there is a greater liberty in an intelligent than in a stupid person, in a learned than in an ignorant man, and so forth. For this is a consequence of what has been stated. 354. But inasmuch as we have formed an erroneous opinion of the essential nature of liberty, we can scarcely comprehend that it increases according to the degree and excellence of the intellect. For we always believe that man is the more free, or in the enjoyment of greater liberty, who is more powerful and wealthy than others, and who is thus left to himself, that is, who is less under the restraint of external circumstances. Thus it is supposed that the commander is more free than the soldier, the king than his subjects, and every master than his servant, although the servant might be most intelligent. Yea, we might, under certain circumstances, pronounce that man who is shut up in a prison, or cast into chains, to be more free than one who lives in the exercise of his own right and free will. But when we speak of the essential nature and perfection of liberty, we do not understand its external but its internal form. For the captive and the servant may potentially be more free than his master, although not actually so. A man who is compelled to be silent may be more intelligent than the perpetual talker, and the man whose eyes are bound may have a more acute sight than one whose eyes are open, that is, in potency, though not in act. 355. We are in the habit of confounding liberty with license, namely, to indulge our natural tempers and to obey the wishes and lusts of our lower mind, to be able to give the reins to our bodily appetites, yea, to allow the insane cupidities of the mind to break out into corresponding acts. This is not liberty, but license, for there is a true liberty, an apparent liberty, and also a false liberty, which should be called slavery. True liberty does not consist in being able to think and to act according to our thoughts, whatever they may be, but in being able to think and to judge wisely, which ability increases according to the developed state of the intellect, and to act according to right reason, that is, to choose what is good and to refuse and repel what is evil. To give the reins to our animal or external mind, animus, is to rush into our own destruction both as to body and soul, and to embrace that which is really evil for that which is truly good. Wherefore of such a man no liberty can be predicated, but rather slavery. For our rational mind is continually governed by loves, in which some are good and others pernicious. This, therefore, is liberty, that the rational mind is able to cast off the yoke of its animal mind, and not to suffer itself to be governed by pernicious loves, but by loves which are truly good. This is also the end and object why liberty is given to us. 356. If we do not well consider the liberty of the will and its free determination, we cannot avoid forming a spurious notion concerning it, imagining that it is something separate from the intellectual principle of the rational mind, or, if it be adjoined to it, that it is, in itself, something per se or of itself, whereas it is only a quality which results from this intellect itself. For if it increases and decreases with the intellect, and if it does not exist in the first period of infancy, and if, moreover, it is of such a nature as is the state of the intellect, it follows that it is in the intellect in like manner as a quality is in its subject. 357. In order, therefore, that we may acquire a genuine idea of this liberty, it is necessary that we again describe what the intellect or understanding is, and in what manner it is formed. The intellect, as we have shown in its own place, consists of mere intellectual ideas, which are first formed from material ideas. For the thought itself is nothing but an unrolling and revolving in the mind of such material ideas, from which, when they are collated into a certain form, results the judgment or the mental conclusion in which the ideas are together or simultaneous, which in succession come into thought. It is also confirmed above that the ideas of the memory, of the imagination, and of the thought are nothing but changes of the state of the internal sensory and of the intellectory, and that such changes can take place in the sensories and in the intellectories in infinite variety, for their perfection consists in the mutability of their states. Wherefore, in the sensory, and especially in the intellectory, as many changes of state can be produced as there are ratios, analogies, series, equations, and varieties of forms in numbers and in geometry in their highest and most perfect developments. Thus there are changes of state which are general and particular, universal and singular, that is, general, special, individual, and of manifold variety, simultaneous and successive, coordinated and mutually subordinated one to another, and subdivided. That is, there are as many states and of such a nature as there are equations in the calculus of infinites, with which equations and their forms they may be fitly compared. We therefore perceive in the mind that this faculty of changing its states is the very faculty of producing ideas, and that in which intellectual power and action consist. Let us, however, substitute for this faculty of changing states the common names: intellect, ideas, thought, principles, judgment, and the rest, which, while they do not precisely correspond, nevertheless are terms more familiar to us and do not embarrass our understanding. 358. Wherefore, liberty itself consists in producing changes of state in the sensory and consequently in the intellectory, or in putting on states which harmonize with this or that end. For we can turn our thoughts in whatever direction we please, and in whatever universal state we keep the mind fixed, no other ideas can flow into that state except those which belong to it. Every thought is a form which is constituted of essential determinations. Into this general form, so constituted, nothing but particular determinations which harmonize with it can flow. Or, if it be a universal idea, no singulars or no particular idea can flow in, but those which naturally determine that universal idea. Hence, such as is the state of the mind, such are the ideas which flow into it. Such also is the form which hence arises, and such is the affection of the form, or the love. Other things which do not harmonize with that form are either not admitted or are reflected back, or if they be in it they are ejected and repudiated as heterogeneous and as destructive of that form. This we manifestly experience every moment. For when we fix our thought on any subject, we then repudiate and reject all those things which are not similar, as though they were discordant, as when, with intention and desire, we contemplate any object we love to acquire, as honor or riches. Or if we experience the venereal passion, the mind then remains fixed in that state, and admits all those things which contribute to the attainment of the object, and rejects those which endeavour to destroy that state. And the mind thus strengthens and kindles itself to that degree that it cannot be diverted from that state into another, and if perchance it should fall from that state, it is saddened, and endeavours by ruminating upon it to recall and restore it, and if it does not succeed it, is dejected and comes into a contrary state, which is wont to do violence to our rational mind. But let us return to the consideration of liberty. 359. It is conceded to our rational mind not only to change its states, and to lapse from one thought to another, but also to be conscious of and to survey, or to have an intuition of all those particular ideas which have entered into the general state. Yea, we can thoroughly investigate that state, and see by what love it is governed, and how it is kindled, and we can also compare the state with another, and ascertain which is better and more suitable to the order of nature. It is this faculty which, in the rational mind, is called liberty. Hence we may manifestly see that liberty is of such an extent and nature as is the intellect, and that both are conceived, born, and developed together. 360. But the liberty itself of the human mind, which may be called intellectual liberty, can be reduced into certain classes and thus more distinctly conceived. For there are as many divisions, parts, of liberty as there are of the intellect. The divisions of the intellect are intellection, thinking, judging, concluding, resolving, and willing, by which what we think, etc., is determined into act. The liberty of intellection is the least of all in degree, since it is with difficulty we can prevent sensations from flowing in, that is, material ideas from hearing, sight, and the other senses. Consequently, it is with difficulty we can prevent these sensations from exciting the animal mind, and this again from exciting the rational mind to various degrees. For there are pleasures and delights which pleasurably excite the rational mind, and carry it away naturally into such a state. Thus the cupidities themselves of the animus, which arise from the body and from the world or from our associations in the world, can scarcely be prevented from flowing in, except we were to remove the organs of our senses, yea, our very selves, from the impressions, or when they do flow in, turn our minds away from them, which indeed is almost beyond our human nature. The thought immediately takes up the perception derived from without, thus also the liberty of the thought, which, like the thought itself, is complete. For we can turn the mind, when once excited by ideas, in whatever direction we please, and admit into it ideas from the storehouse of the memory. And again we can reflect upon these ideas individually, which become as it were so many new observations and excitements to ulterior ideas. This liberty is a universally governing principle in the human mind, from which we can see of what quality we are, or what is our real nature, that is, to what loves we incline, what loves we most willingly admit, and in what affections we most delight to indulge. Thus, from our very thoughts we can perceive what is the use of liberty. The judgment takes up the thought, and it consists of so many principles which have been already formed and which the rational mind considers as so many truths. These principles are so many intellectual ideas, and are formed from conclusions arising from the ideas of thought. The liberty of the judgment is not of so much extent as the liberty of thought, for before things are admitted into the judgment, that they may be considered as things judged, only those things are elected which we believe to be truths. Or if we do not believe them to be truths, we can, from the intuition and balancing of several kinds of love by which we are affected, so temper and moderate the analysis of our own thoughts that they may, as it were, appear under a becoming human aspect. The mind may then contemplate the present not only from the past but also from the future. For one equation is as it were formed, in which all things are, and which can even contemplate and judge, as to possibility at least, of the future. Wherefore the liberty of the judgment is more restricted to a certain natural order than the liberty of thought, which not being under such restraint is accustomed to wander. There may, however, be hidden in that liberty of the thought a love, which, from the fear of losing another love, can be restrained. But to enter upon this subject now would be too prolix. The conclusion immediately follows the judgment, for we come to a conclusion in order that what we conclude may be remitted to the will, and by that be determined into act. Thus the conclusion is, as it were, a line drawn under the equation or under the sum, which is soon again to be resolved into its parts. In this conclusion it is clearly perceived of what nature liberty is, or what it had been in the judgment, and what in the thought. For the conclusion there are all things together, and if they do not come forth into act, they are nevertheless there, so that it is only a contemplation of future consequences, and hence a fear regarding the desired end, which act as so many resistances, and as it were impossibilities, delaying or preventing the act, but immediately these fears are removed, the act rushes forth. Our mental liberty, therefore, is under much restraint, and in order that it may be restrained there are civil laws and penalties, the estimation in which we desire to be held by others, misfortunes, and other things which restrain. But the mind, when in its conclusions, is to be considered as already in its acts. The mind, however, still retains its liberty of dissolving and changing its conclusions, and of forming new ones. But this liberty is very feeble, since there is generally within it the love of self, consequently the love of one's own ideas, which it estimates as truths. To this liberty succeeds the liberty of resolution, as if the equation were now to be actually and successively resolved into its parts, and as the particular things which are in the conclusion are to be successively evolved or brought out by actions, either of the members of the body, or of the face, or of the tongue, or by the speech, there remains no liberty, as it were, to this faculty, for it depends on the essential principles which are in the conclusion, since the faculty itself of resolving the equation is not any intellectual operation, but a purely organic one, and dependent solely on the intellect. If anything be determined without the intellect, it is considered as something animal, which is not regarded as virtue or vice, or considered as worthy of praise or of blame.
Chapter 18, Part 2, of Free Will, or the Free Choice of Moral Good and Evil. 361. From what has now been said, it appears that there is a liberty of thinking and a liberty of acting, and that in the middle, between these two, there is, as it were, a liberty of choosing, arbitrandi, in which properly free will consists, and that our mind is not capable of ruling whether the objects of the senses and their exciting influences, both from the body and the world, shall flow in or not. But it is capable of choosing whether these sensations and excitements shall flow out, and be determined into act. 362. In respect to the liberty of thinking and judging, it is almost absolute, but such as is the intellect, such is the thought, and consequent liberty. Essential freedom consists in controlling the thought itself, lest it rush forth whither cupidities would urge it. For if cupidities are admitted into the thought, and are not checked and restrained on the very threshold, they easily take possession of the entire mind, which in that case is no longer its own master. Hence true liberty consists in the mind's ability to command itself and to cast off the yoke of its animus. It may also be physiologically demonstrated how this is effected. 363. But the liberty of acting is much restrained, since there are innumerable things which prevent every thought from coming into act. Thus there are civil laws and penalties. There is the sense of honor and decorum. There are perverse ambitious propensities which are adorned with the pretexts of truths. There is the respect we have for persons whom we must obey. There are the necessaries of food and clothing, for the acquiring of which there are innumerable means, all of which, as means, have to be regarded even while the ends are kept in view. There are certain kinds of love which prevail in the mind, to which special loves are subject, and other things which are also restraints. There is, moreover, the conscience itself, which is a peculiar bond of restraint, and also a code of laws, in which are inscribed those things which restrain the mind. All these things are to be considered as necessary restraints, which take away from liberty the power of developing into act. Therefore, as to the thought itself there is entire liberty, but as to the act there are many limitations and restraints, which, however, exist and operate that we may enjoy true liberty, and that we may not abuse it. The highest liberty, as already stated, consists in governing our own minds, so that we may live in harmony with the order of nature, and on this account liberty is given to us. But how insane the human mind is, and how it suffers itself to be governed by an inferior master, or by the propensities of the animal mind, is abundantly evident from experience. Thus it is evident that our desires must be restrained by laws, and we ourselves often fear lest that which possesses our minds should by some characteristic mark break out in our actions, our speech, or our looks. The greatest art consists in concealing one's own mind. 364. But the liberty of deciding, which is free will, coincides with the liberty of judging, and properly signifies that state when the mind is balanced between two kinds of good, or two loves, and can choose that which appears to it best, and determine it into act. For this purpose intellect is given to us, and liberty is adjoined to it, although some men in the use of this faculty determine it against truths, or against their better conscience. This happens when the loves of the lower mind prevail, which is sometimes attributed to human weakness, and by this abuse of our liberty we inflict injury upon our conscience. 365. Therefore, liberty itself, or the faculty of freely thinking, consists solely in that ability by which the mind can put on whatever changes of state it pleases, and thus proceed from one state into another. For every change of state produces an idea, either simple or compound. Thus there are as many changes of state as there are varieties of thoughts and judgments. These things are said concerning that which is the essence itself of liberty. 366. But it was observed above that there are loves which perpetually govern our intellect, and that no thought whatever can exist and subsist without some love as a companion which enkindles it. For love is the very life of thought. But how loves operate in the mind shall be considered and explained in what follows. From this, however, the inference might seem to be warrantable, that if our rational mind is perpetually governed by certain loves, desires, and ends, there can be no liberty, or only of such a character as to be subject to some love which governs or commands it. On which account there appears to be a certain necessity in every particular of the mind. It is also most true that in so far as the mind is governed by perpetual desires, without which it would be no mind, it is not its own master and the arbiter of its own states. But essential liberty consists in this, that the mind can turn itself from one love to another, that is, can resist and reject a love which is evil or apparently good, and devote itself to a love which is truly good, or which it judges to be so. Wherefore liberty does not consist in this, that the mind be without any love, desire, or actuating end, for in this case it would cease to be a mind. But liberty consists in the ability of adopting one principle of love, and of rejecting another. And indeed, genuine liberty, namely, that which accompanies a more perfectly developed intellect, consists in adopting the best love as the principle of its life. For if an evil love or principle is adopted, it is a sign of a perverse intellect, namely, of an intellect governed by perverse loves, and thus it is a sign of the absence of liberty. However, by imperfect intellects, liberty is predicated of this license, or it is considered that to will and act freely, according to any kind of prompting love, whether good or evil, is liberty. Whereas, according to the judgment we form of the liberty from which we act, such is the intellect. Thus there may be the highest liberty where slavery itself appears to exist. The reason is, because to be subject to the highest good as to a master is a subordination which is eminently according to the nature of things. For in the order of things one thing must govern, and another must obey. Wherefore that which is superior, prior, and more perfect must give laws and commands to that which is inferior, posterior, and imperfect. Hence, if the mind subject itself to this universal law of subordination, it is most free. For it cannot alone hold the keys, since it cannot depend on itself. Wherefore to choose and adopt the highest good is to adopt it, that the mind may serve that which is more perfect, and suffer itself to be governed by it. For if a servant rise up against his master, or a subject against his sovereign, or a soldier against his commander, this rebellion is not liberty, but lawlessness, which destroys universal society, or an entire army. 367. There are in the rational mind diverse loves, which hold sway and draw to their side. But let us pass over this phalanx of loves, and distinctly penetrate the subject in question. To this end we will only consider that in general there are superior and inferior loves. The superior are spiritual, but the inferior are natural and corporeal. These being concentrated in the rational mind are wont to contend against each other. The superior loves, because they are spiritual, are more perfect, but the inferior loves are imperfect. The former are constant and perpetual, but the latter are inconstant and in a short time they terminate altogether. From experience it is abundantly evident that these loves continually reign and divide the mind between them, and that whilst one governs another yields, and is, as it were, extinguished. In order to see this we have only to attend to ourselves. When our mind is deeply and long engaged in a subject of meditation which has been enkindled by some corporeal love, in which state if we desire to recall spiritual and purer things into our mind, we find it to be impossible, before the former love with its meditation is expelled. Thus, when we wish to call upon God in prayer, the thought can never come forth in its purity and clearness, but is, as it were, clouded and dark, until the merely natural thought is expelled and dispersed. As when we desire to penetrate into a purer region of thought, or to arise from nature into spirit, it is as though the thought emerged through a cloud into the light of the sun, which cannot be done before the cloud is dispersed. But as soon as the clouds are dissipated, a certain solar splendor shines forth upon the mind. Thus it is, precisely, when corporeal and worldly loves obsess the mind, and when the mind, whilst in that state, desires to penetrate into spiritual things. 368. From this description it appears as though these loves were contrary to one another, because they are in conflict together, or as though the affections of the animal mind are, as it were, waging constant warfare with the loves of the purer mind, when nevertheless the soul has associated nature to itself when it adjoined itself to a body. And it is evident that God did not join spiritual things with natural, that they should be in war with each other, but that they should be mutually conjoined. But it must be well considered that the lower mind, with all its affections, is associated to the body, inasmuch as without it the body could not live, nor could any rational mind exist, and that there is no affection which in itself is not lawful, and which does not spring from the universal love which is in the soul as its actuating principle. But the reason why they are at war is because the inferior loves desire to govern in the court of the mind, and to exterminate the more perfect loves, and thus to govern the soul itself, which is contrary to the very order of nature, namely, that which in itself is inconstant and imperfect should govern that which is constant and perfect. For in this manner universal nature, as to its order, would be ruined and destroyed. Another reason also is, because the animus, with its peculiar affections, since it is devoid of reason, knows no moderation, and rushes whithersoever cupidity carries it along, and thus to the destruction of the body, and even to ruin of the soul itself, as we shall demonstrate below. For thus the affections of the animus are always tending to excess, and know no bounds nor moderation. This is the reason why the rational mind, furnished with intellect, is set to preside over these affections of the animus, and that there is a perpetual battle between them. For the soul well knows that such a liberty would endanger her entire kingdom and cast her down from her throne, wherefore she combats as much as possible against these lower affections, until she at length triumphs or gives herself up as conquered. For the soul, from its own nature, resists every force and every assault by which the economy of its body is destroyed, and by which its spiritual loves are extinguished, or if not extinguished, are changed into such as are contrary to truths. If, however, the loves of the animus should subject themselves entirely to the loves of the soul, there would then be no warfare, but the man would live in a most happy state. That is, he would live as in his primeval golden age, or as in his first infancy. But then there would be no intellect, which, as is the case now, must be formed and instructed by the senses and the affections of the animus, and that it may be free it must know what is good and evil, which it would not know if all things proceeded according to their order. Wherefore all the passions are so many warm emotions and excitements of the corporeal life, which are all allowable, provided they in moderation be made subservient to the use of what is rational and spiritual. 369. The rational mind is therefore constituted in the middle, between inferior and superior loves, which combat against each other, and endeavour to possess that mind. Thus the rational mind is, as it were, a balance, and the intellect with its liberty holds the beam from which the two scales depend. One scale belongs to the body, the other to the soul, or the one belongs to the animal mind, and the other to the purely rational mind. Into the scale belonging to the body there constantly flow powers, like so many weights, which affect and occupy the rational mind, for they enter in through the doors of the senses, from the world, and from the body itself and its blood, so that the mind can never be exempt from their operation. Yea, it is formed by these things so as to be a mind, for we must be informed and instructed by the way of the senses. But the loves of the soul, or the pure loves, do not enter in by any way of the senses, but are insinuated in a most secret manner from within. Nor do they come to the consciousness of our mind, because they are too pure for its purest ideas to comprehend. But they are like so many forces which insensibly occupy the mind, for they have had possession from the first stamen of its existence even to its birth, although no rational mind then appears to exist. Hence it may easily be judged that the loves of the body would prevail, and that the loves of the soul could not be conceived of as to their quality by our mind, except by an idea fixed in those things which are obvious to our senses, and with which a comparison may be established. For the soul itself cannot instruct us. Nothing belonging to it is allied to words, nor can it be expressed in speech. Thus it cannot sensibly flow into the consciousness of the mind. From this cause it follows that the rational mind can but with difficulty enjoy the gift of its liberty, but is, as it were, carried away like a captive by the scale of the body. We therefore now inquire, what is the nature of liberty in natural and corporeal things? And what is its nature in spiritual divine things? And how from natural liberty we may be led into spiritual liberty. Chapter 18, Part 3, of Free Will, or the Free Choice of Moral Good and Evil. 370. Liberty, purely natural, does not exist, for liberty without a spiritual principle cannot be called liberty. But liberty can be predicated of the rational mind, because that mind can determine itself from what is natural to what is spiritual, and vice versa. For except there was a scale which could be raised or depressed, there would be no equilibration, and consequently no balance. There is indeed a certain libration between various affections which are purely natural, for that which prevails bears down the scale, and one affection is ejected while another succeeds. But these are like weights of various material and magnitude, which are placed in the same balance. For one kind of natural affection as well as another equally depresses or averts the mind, and prevents it from being raised to superior things. Liberty, therefore, in natural things, or the power of betaking ourselves from one natural love to another, is not liberty, but is rather servitude; because the mind, which ought to choose that which is best, is in that case either drawn into an apparent good or into an absolute evil. For the liberty of exercising savage rage against enemies, even when conquered, of defrauding friends of their goods, of living sumptuously, and of aspiring at preeminence over others, is not liberty, but servitude. For, as was stated above, to be able to conquer oneself, that is freedom. In the meantime, the mind has full liberty of removing itself from spiritual and divine things, and of determining itself to corporeal loves. But provision against this is furnished in the forms of government, in established laws, and in penalties imposed upon crimes and the abuse of liberty. As another preventive, there is also the dread of losing one's earthly enjoyments. 371. There is also no purely spiritual liberty in the rational mind, because the rational mind can understand nothing of any superior love, that is, of those things which are above itself. For that which is superior can judge of inferior things, but not contrariwise. Nor can the mind perceive that it is in any spiritual love, because it cannot form an idea of it, except this idea be affixed to something natural, that it may by comparison understand of what nature it is. Consequently, it cannot experience any sensible delight when it is in a spiritual delight, except that it can imagine it to be something more perfect, more stable, more illimitable, something as it were infinite, perpetual, immortal, and something incomparable in respect to that which it perceives to be inconstant, limited, finite, and something mortal, and to have an end. Nevertheless, that the mind may turn itself from those things which are perceived and felt to be something and likewise present, faith is required. For the mind cannot of itself perceive that such things exist, since the mind, when it directs its attention hither, perishes as it were in a kind of abyss. This faith is either intellectual or divine. Intellectual faith can be acquired by an inmost reflection and intuition of things. It is, however, easily extinguished when material ideas come over the mind. But faith from a divine origin is the only faith which can persuade the mind about spiritual things, otherwise not capable of perceiving them. Moreover, since the rational mind cannot of itself acquire such spiritual ideas, neither is it gifted with the liberty of putting on those states which agree with spiritual loves. 372. We therefore now inquire, in what does liberty really consist, since there is none in purely natural things, and none in spiritual things, and since the mind cannot of itself turn itself from natural to spiritual things? But if we thoroughly examine and investigate the essence of human liberty, we shall find that it especially consists in this, that our mind can shake off natural loves, or withdraw and deliver itself from them, and retain only so much as is requisite for the support of the body. For to put off all natural things would be to put off the man himself, or to deprive him of animal life. The mind can perceive that whilst it is immersed in corporeal affections, it cannot possibly direct itself to spiritual things. The four constituents of liberty in natural things. 1. Liberty, therefore, in natural things consists, in the first place, in the ability of withdrawing the mind from corporeal things, and in considering them only as means instrumental and subservient to spiritual things, precisely as the universal body is only an organ or instrument of the soul, so the animal mind should be the instrument of the spiritual mind. 2. Liberty, in the second place, consists in this, that the mind can be instructed both by the sacred scripture and by other writings, and also from one's own reflection, that there is a spiritual and divine principle which is superior, and thus acquire a certain intellectual faith, by which, when acquired, the mind can be kept in the thought of such things, and be fed and nourished by them. From this capability of thinking about spiritual things, when corporeal cupidities are removed, the mind can be led into ideas which harmonize with spiritual loves, which loves, since they are perpetually present, flow in of themselves, and thus, as it were, vivify and induce changes of state in the intellect, until at length it is imbued with some sense and perception of spiritual things. 3. Liberty, in the third place, consists in this, that the mind can make use of prescribed means which are called sacred. That is, it can engage in public worship in the churches, observe the sacraments, adore God, and especially pray to him in private. All these things are left to human minds, and they all constitute that liberty which is conceded to man, and when these sacred things are rightly employed, divine grace is never wanting, but is always present to infuse faith and love, and by its providence so to govern man that he can become warm with spiritual love and zeal. 4. In the fourth place, a liberty now comes by which the mind can be delighted with spiritual things as often as it averts itself from corporeal things and submits itself to what is spiritual. For when the mind glows with spiritual zeal, the intellect is then formed, as it were, anew, and should be called a spiritual intellect, which consists in changes of state which are most universal and most perfect, and which do not belong to the sensory but to the pure intellectory. In this case the animus with its affections yields, for the particular intellectories are parts and particulars which constitute the animus, of which if the inmost essence be purified, the common or general state will be held in obedience. But this state, so far verified, can never exist in the body. This is the genuine state of liberty, for in this state the mind relishes the supreme good and chooses that which is best. 373. In this manner the human mind is perfected, and it becomes most perfect when it is most adapted to the reception of superior loves. It is then purified, and, as it were, formed anew, that is, it is renovated and regenerated, and rendered harmless and innocent, such as it is in infants, whose minds are not yet governed by any animus, but by the pure mind. Therefore, minds are to be introduced into that state in which they were prior to development and formation, by the way of the senses or a posteriori. For as the body, in old age, returns as it were into a state of infancy, so also ought the mind to do, and thus, as it were, to forget all those corporeal things which extinguish what is spiritual. That is, it should not be concerned about such things only so far as to be able to live prudently, and perform one's duty as a member of civil society. Such minds, almost spiritual, even whilst they live in the body, have their feet as it were on the threshold of heaven and of its eternal felicity, and for this purpose they long to be set free. 374. From what has been said, it appears of what nature the liberty of the first or most perfect man, or Adam, was. He enjoyed a most perfect intellect, which was enkindled and animated solely by spiritual love, in whom the animal mind could not as yet rebel and combat against the soul, anima, and the spiritual mind. For his rational mind was not instructed by the way of the senses, nor was there any depraved society in existence which could irritate his mind, nor the knowledge of any evil which could infest it. His mind was supremely rational, and was entirely subject to his soul, and his soul to God. Thus his mind was most free, because he knew what is supremely good in experiencing it, for his mind was not adapted to any other loves. Thus his entire will was most free, because it was led to the best things. He could also be led to inferior or evil things, otherwise no liberty could be possible, which also experience has taught us. The ignorance of evil takes nothing away from such state of liberty, for it does not appear to have been the ignorance of evil, but an aversion against it as being contrary to his nature, so that evil could be suggested or flow into his thought, but none could exist in his will. Thus the image of God, or the type of all spiritual loves, was manifest in his body. From him it is that we derive the propensity that as he desired to rise up against his God and to violate the laws of subordination, so does our animal mind perpetually endeavour to do the same, and to rise up in rebellion against the spiritual loves of the soul. Therefore he of all men is the most free, who, knowing what evil is, and capable of practising it, still holds it in aversion. 375. That man who vehemently combats with himself, and who bravely overcomes his corporeal desires, is more free than he who never engages in any such combat. For the very use and exercise of liberty is to conquer oneself, nor can any man conquer when he has no enemy to combat. But these things we deduce from causes, or from the very nature of intellect in which liberty resides. For he who is vehemently assaulted and impugned by corporeal loves, that is, by temptations, may indeed admit them and harbour them in his mind. Nevertheless, if he extinguishes them before they come out into act, he restores the state of his sensory and of his intellectory. For the desires which oppose pure love change, pervert, and torment the state of the rational mind. And at that moment spiritual loves recede, or are suffocated. For these spiritual loves cannot agree with either state, because they require an entire and most perfect state, and they shun all imperfect states, because they present nothing concordant and harmonious. But if these imperfect states are determined into act, they instantly contract a nature so that the evil state spontaneously returns and passes through its vicissitudes and alternations. For it is by use that we are accustomed to any form and to the changes of its state. Thus the tongue by usage learns its plications or foldings, and the same plication returns at the first rising of a similar idea. The muscle also conforms itself only by usage to the action. But a naked endeavour, or conatus, however strong, does not teach the mode of motion, and thus it is in other things. Our intellect, or the changes of the state of the sensory and of the intellectory, are cultivated, and can be taught even to extreme old age. A naked effort or conatus can never induce a natural change in the state, but it is accustomed to relapse into its former state. And just as often that spiritual love of the soul is inflamed as with a certain zeal and warmth, and it flows in the more powerfully, as though acknowledging the intellect as its victorious one, and so it begins to love more exceedingly its rational mind. Thus, the stronger the temptations are, the greater is the joy of the soul, and the greater the reward after the victory. From these things it appears that the works of charity, although there is no merit in them, are beneficially conducive to the state of mind, since they imbue it with the faculty of receiving spiritual loves. 376. Hitherto I have spoken concerning the perfect souls, in whom there are most perfect loves. But there are also souls whose loves are indeed spiritual, but contrary to divine love, that is, they love imperfections. From these also affections flow, but such as love a perverse state of mind, whence contrary effects result. But concerning these souls we shall speak elsewhere. 377. Finally, the inquiry remains: why should human minds be gifted with free will, since it is this very faculty which renders the human race most unhappy, and on account of which we are subject to infernal punishments? For from abuse of this faculty all crimes derive their origin, whereas it is thought that without such a faculty of free will we might all be saved. But to these inquiries we thus reply: it is evident that the supreme wisdom of God requires this free will in man, and that his providence is directed chiefly in guarding and promoting this faculty, and indeed to such a degree that he will not suffer the slightest thing to interfere with it, but he rather permits men to rush into the most abominable crimes than deprive them in the least of their free determination. This experience itself clearly shows, and nevertheless at the same time, that punishment awaits every person who is wicked in his soul and mind, both in this life and in the future. It is also allowable for us to think about the causes, since this also is conceded to our liberty of thinking, provided our conformation be not repugnant to divine wisdom and human reason. 4 causes for the existence of free will. 1. The first cause, then, why we are gifted with free will appears to be this: that without the liberty of thinking, judging, and acting, there could be no understanding, no intellectual life, nor could our rational mind be conscious either of good or of evil. 2. That without liberty there could be neither virtue nor vice, and consequently nothing moral, since the rational mind is, as it were, a form, the essential determinations or determining parts of which are either virtues or vices. 3. That without liberty nothing could be regarded as our own, consequently there could be no merit, nothing either praiseworthy or blameworthy, for necessity takes away the very nature of merit. Thus there would be nothing on account of which we could be either rewarded or punished. Without free will there could be no favor or grace, not even from the divine being himself. Nothing ought to be more free than the worship of God, or religion. And this is the reason why we are commanded to believe and to love God, which from ourselves we cannot do. Nevertheless, there is something within us by which we can concur with these divine commands, and it is this concurrence alone which is required of us. 4. Without liberty, there would be no human society. There could be no society of external minds, animorum, no society of rational minds, mentium, and of character. Yea, there could be no association of bodies and no diversity. All would be either entirely equal or entirely contrary to one another. Nor could there be any mutual application of one to another. Thus this our human world could not exist. For nature, if all things were equal, would entirely perish and be nothing, since it lives in diversity, and indeed in a diversity of such a character that from all the varieties thence resulting, a certain harmony may exist. 5. Without liberty, there would be no enjoyments of life, for this in necessity altogether perishes. Hence it is that liberty is the essentially human delight. 6. Without liberty, there could be no diversity of souls, and consequently no heavenly society could exist, the form of whose government is celestial. In a word, without liberty the end of creation could not be obtained, which end consists in realizing a society of souls, or a heaven. 7. Wherefore it is perfectly consistent with the divine wisdom, and with the necessity hence resulting, on account of the wisest end which is foreseen and provided for, that our minds should be endowed with liberty, and that the divine providence itself should perpetually watch over and govern in guarding this liberty, and in directing it to its proper ends, that is, in distinguishing one thing from another, even as to the minutest particulars, in order that the most perfect form of a celestial society may be the result. Chapter 34. 19. Will and its liberty, and the intellect in regard thereto. 378. It is most difficult for the psychologist to explain what the will is, to distinguish it rightly from the intellect, and to consider clearly its parts. For the will is not the intellect, since we are able to wish that which is contrary to the intellect, that is, contrary to the truth understood, or to the better conscience. Hence comes the art of dissimulating which so prevails in the earth. We are also able to act from intellect, or from the conscience of truth. For the intellect itself searches for truths, but will is led to act as from a certain love, often without knowing whether it be a good love or not. Whence comes the saying, I know the better and desire the worse. 379. But that we may know what the intellect is, we must return to those things that are below the will, of which we have a knowledge, that by comparison and a mode of correspondence we may perceive what it is. Below the rational mind (mens) is the lower mind (animus), and below the intellect the fivefold sensation, or the universal sensation, which is called the perception. Affections are attributed to the animus, as are also cupidities. Likewise, loves are attributed to the mind (mens), as also wishes, so that the cupidity of the animus corresponds to the will in the rational mind. The ardour of cupidity in the animus is called desire in the mind (mens), which is joined with the will itself. When we thus truly perceive what relation the perception holds to the animus, and also perceive the relation of the intellect to the rational mind, Then also, understanding the relation of the cupidities to the affections, and of these to the mind, mens, we see the relation of the wishes (voluntates) to the loves, and of these to the rational mind. 380. Now every affection has as it were its animus and particular genius, and likewise every love its own particular mind, so that its own mind is said to be in it, and as thus there are as many affections or special animi as desires of the animus, so there are as many loves or special minds as there are wills of the mind. This parallelism occurs in other similar things, so that by mere change of terms those things are suggested which are proper to the mind. 381. From these parallelisms flow forth as it were the synonyms will, mind, intention, inclination, as when one says, "This is your mind, your will, your intention," and so on. But no one says, "This is your intellect," unless in those things which are directly subject to the operations of the intellect. 382. That we may perceive what the will is, we ought to first separate it from the intellect, or consider the intellect abstractly from the will. Intellect, viewed in itself, has for its object truth, and the very essence of truth, its nature, quality, nay, even the connection of truths among themselves, as well as truths in goods, as in harmonies, in affections of the animus, in the loves of the rational mind. In a word, it extends to all things in the universe whose nature it desires to explore. It is concerned first in finding out causes from effects, or effects from causes, which is called the science of dialectics, and also topics. The method itself, a priori, or from principles, is called synthetics, and that a posteriori, analytics. The method itself of exploring causes is indeed analytics. It is similar to the method by which the intellect is produced. When the intellect is perfected, then it is possible to proceed by the synthetic way, that is, from principles, which are so many truths. But truly the synthetic way in itself is of the mind, especially of the pure mind. It is then the method of the soul and of the angels, who laugh at our intellect, for they have their knowledge from themselves, without science or demonstration. The intellect itself is beneath the mind by nature, but the rational mind ought to be beneath the intellect. Another part of the intellect is rational logic, namely, to draw conclusions from antecedents and subsequents. 383. But the mind, viewed apart from the intellect, is not rational, but it is all natural, and is ruled by its own desire and from itself, for it is love, which is an operation of the soul, and spiritual, which controls the mind. Loves are either those of the animus or the pure mind. These govern the rational mind, which possesses no love of its own or from itself. The mind always has an end, which may even be its principle, and which may be in its means, and may rule everywhere, so that in a whole series of means there shall be the same end. This end is viewed in the mind, and indeed as present, whether it be in things past or to come. But the mind naturally bears with it all the means which lead to that end, for nature is so formed that it may serve the mind as means while its ends are in progress. It is natural that means should be separated by time and space, but not the end, which is the same. And because the end is the same in the beginning, in the mediates, and the last, it follows that love is the end. This is desired and is promoted by the effects, so that we may perceive in the mind the same love, its complement and ultimate end, which was in the beginning, whence springs the pleasure of the body, when this love descends into the body. It is also possible to ascend, and there are accordingly loves of the animus or loves of the soul, which control our mind, and thus are regarded as ends. The intellect, viewed in itself, is not mindful of any end unless in its own mind, as for instance when it thinks. For what reason do I desire to know this? And it observes that there is a latent cause which rules it, which is called the love of knowing truths, and which love terminates in some love in its mind. From this it appears that the intellect in itself is the instrumental cause of the superior mind, but it ought to be the principal cause in ruling the animus, its affections, etc. 384. Let us now consider what the rational mind is. For as it is rational, it ought not to be carried from one end or purpose to another naturally or spontaneously, this being known as instinct, of which instinctive mind no will can be predicated, as willing or not willing, but merely an involuntary and unconscious being born to the carrying out of its own destined ends. Thus the rational mind, which is, as it were, an integral sight, ought to associate the intellect with itself, not only, for instance, to observe the truths of its own loves, or its ends contemplated as to their quality, but also to observe what are the means and in what order they are disposed, so that the mind may pursue these ends. For this knowledge is required a posteriori. When the mind associates with itself the intellect, it then is called rational and human. 385. The reason that the mind ought to associate the intellect with itself is because the mind is naturally born to those ends which are purely animal or of the animus, that is, to corporeal and worldly pleasures. That it should therefore be turned from these and directed towards higher ends, it is necessary that the mind adjoin the intellect to itself. The intellect ought to be the principle in controlling the cupidities of the animus, but instrumental in the loves and desires of the superior mind. For when the mind is inclined to the affections of the body, then the intellect ought to be the most active. But when the mind inclines to spiritual loves, the intellect will be passive. For these loves naturally dispose from themselves means to the end, since all things then flow in a provident order without the intellect, its occupation being only in rejecting and moderating the affections of its own animus. 386. Thus the mind regards ends as present in future things, consequently even all intermediate ends as constituting one series or chain. For the last end, or rather the last thing, is not given in nature without a succession of means, nor can it be promoted without a nature in which it may, as it were, inhere, while the mind is intent on the effect. That the mind embraces in itself the mediate ends, while nature follows at will as an instrument, appears from the various wonderful instincts of brute animals. For the spider fabricates its own web most artificially, and fastening it under the roof tile, he places himself in the middle of it, and seizes his food, winding it in by the threads. Bees crowd their cells, filling them with honey for the winter. They hatch eggs, are subject to the queen, send out colonies, kill the drones. Birds build their nests skilfully. All, as it were, from a most perfect intellect know all nature, science and art, mathematics, pneumatics, and anatomy. We are governed by many spontaneous activities, such being a whole natural economy, chemistry, physics, and mechanics. The mind commands every organ and its whole nature, and our intellect, after the examinations of so many centuries, is not able to discover how it acts. Even the brain itself today lies hidden from our knowledge. Thus, while our rational mind is acting through the will, we are still so ignorant that we do not know what the will truly is and how it acts. 387. Thus the loves of the superior or pure mind do not need our intellect for attaining its ends, but the ends naturally follow the love of the mind when the love is pure. The intellect is only able to effect this, that the mind shall rest in the determining of those ends which are the loves purely corporeal, since the loves of the body, if they are the instrumental causes of the superior mind, then flow in natural order. The intellect ought also to be interested in advancing superior ends actively, but so long as society is otherwise, being carried away by so many different cupidities, it is enough that it should abstain from those things by which it is led astray. The rest belongs to Providence, which operates secretly through our minds, flowing into actions. All things from themselves and by Providence follow the purely good mind to its immortal felicity. All things from themselves and by Providence follow the purely evil mind to its infelicity. But pure evils are not given in the rational mind, for in that case it would be given over to its own body and the animus which the mind loves. But let us return to the will. 388. The will in general signifies mind, specifically some special mind or determined love, and because the mind comprehends in itself all mediate ends, also it perceives what opposes and what does not oppose the attainment of its ends. Wherefore the rational mind derives the means from its own intellect, and it disposes them in the natural order, also more methodically as the mind is more perfect and better. In this arrangement of means there are as many parts of the mind as there are of the intellects, namely, cogitation, judgment, and conclusion. The mind thinks while it resolves and considers the means, and at the same time has in view the end to which it tends. It judges when it disposes the means into their true order, in which means it regards the ends which are to follow spontaneously. At length it concludes or wishes. This conclusion is called the will, for then all those things are in the will as in an equation which before were in the thought. Thus the will possesses all the essentials of action, as the effort all the essentials of motion. This conclusion is different from the intellectual conclusion, in which there is no will, for the end is not that of acting, but of knowing what is true, and thus instructing the mind what end it ought to love, what to wish, and what to avoid. Thus our intellect is able to propose ends, but God provides. 389. Thus the mind with its thinking and judging of means is always present in the will, and it contemplates the action itself in the will as present, but because it also at the same time regards oppositions and resistances, partly from its own intellect, partly from itself naturally, the will is not able to be determined into action unless the resistances are removed. Just as an effort which is always bent upon an evil, the moment obstacles are removed, rushes forth to its indulgence. 390. There are as many wills as there are ends. Even the intermediate ends themselves are wills. Thus action is a perpetual will, and rational action ceases when the will ceases. And such as the will is, such is the action in man. But in brutes, such as in the action, such is the will, which is the same with the cupidity of their animus. This cupidity is controlled by a kind of mind purely natural, but not by a spiritual mind. 391. The will always desires to expand its own internal sensories, as effort always desires to expand itself, just as in atmospheres compressed and held in equilibrium by surroundings, or even as if held in cords. But it is coerced by surrounding things, or by so many intermediates in which it is involved, which resist. But in case they do not resist, the will is immediately brought to open action. Thus will is joined to effort, and action to the motion, as the spiritual to its natural, or the end to its effect. Wherefore it is not only a correspondence, but a real coupling, and thus the will can be called rational effort, for life added to nature becomes that which is called animal. 392. While the mind is in its own will, it is then limited and determined particularly or specifically, and is present in certain fibres of the body, which pertain namely to the action which it has in view. Consequently it is determined within in certain internal sensories or cortical glands, to which the moving fibres correspond, especially the brain, from which it contemplates the action of the body as if present. But in those resistances which are in, and which, as it were, surround the will, it contemplates delay, thus in time and space, or in that nature itself, through which the end is to be obtained. Thus it is a faculty of the rational mind to regard as times and spaces these same delays, degrees, and movements of nature, or its celerities and distances. Thus celerity of time corresponds to the idea of time, and distance of place to the idea of space, as also succession to the idea of motion. 393. That the will may proceed into action, the equation it contains must be resolved particularly and by members, just so as when we wish to resolve a problem in algebra or its equation into its ratios and analogies by numbers in arithmetic, or by figures in geometry. 394. When the will thus breaks forth into act, it is called the determination of the act, and thus a form similar to that in the will is determined in actions. The determination itself arises through the expansion and contraction of the cortical glands, through which the animal spirit is forced into the nervous fibres, and from these into the moving powers of the body, whence such an action exists as was in the will. Thus the mind can go through one fibre after another and one muscle after another, with whatever celerity it desires, for the muscular system is so articulated and formed that it may correspond to each determination of the rational mind. 395. The will also at once recurs with its accustomed spontaneity, because the mind acquires its own mutations of state through use and culture, and thus it reverts spontaneously to a similar idea. For all things on the way have by the same use become so natural that like instrumental causes they serve their principal or chief. 396. Since thus the will is the rational effort, and carries with it this nature of desiring to expand its sensories, but in a way determined into the form of an action, we next inquire how this is physically accomplished in the common sensory. or what is the mutation of state in the sensory when the mind is in its own will. It is not like the mutation in the ideas of its own intellect, which are as many as the mutations of state. Very different is the case with the will and its love and desires. For in the determination of certain sensories which the will desires to expand, in order to produce its actions weaker or stronger, a form of forces thence exists which is similar to a form of modes or of modifications consisting in mere attempts to expand its own glandules. Thus the will can exist and subsist both separately and together with the mutations of the intellect, and thus the physical cause of the will seems to be made intelligible. 397. But as concerns that liberty which is commonly ascribed to the will, this derives its origin from the fact that we say that we are able to will and not to will, to determine this to action and not to determine it, to wish against the better conscience or persuasion of the intellect, thus to stimulate, to deceive, and to contrive wiles. But in this case the nearest cause of the action is taken for the remote, as is often done in various other things. This is the reason why the will is commonly accepted for the intention and for the mind itself. But while the mind thinks and judges concerning means, it is able to vary some, to select others, to change its own mind, yea, even its ends. But all this through the aid of the intellect, which is able to consult, so that the mind and the intellect are in this cogitation for the most part conjoined, but afterwards they are parted according as the love and will, like a cupidity of the mind, carry it away. Thus the mind is able to introduce other means and other ends to its own will, as in a conclusion, even to change those that have been presented to it, to multiply, to divide, to withdraw them, even to the taking away of the whole will, and the substituting of a new one, according as it foresees success. For this reason, when the mind associates itself with the intellect, then liberty can be predicated of it, as there is no liberty if it is carried away by its loves. Liberty therefore is predicated of the will, for the mind is able to judge the whole progress of means, when, how, and how far these shall be determined into act. 398. But indeed, if we look closer into this liberty, it does not seem to be separated from the liberty of the intellect or from the free will, but coupled with it. Without the liberty of the intellect, there would be no liberty of the mind. But the liberty of the mind consists solely in this, that it is able to obey and not to obey its own intellect. 399. Meanwhile, there is a universal will, which is composed of the particular wills which subsist beneath it. There is a common will, which is composed of other wills as its parts. This will is then called mind. There is a general will, a special and an individual will, so that the will may be divided into genera and species. There is a will subordinate to another, and a will coordinate with others, exactly as has before been predicated of the intellect. For there are as many intermediate ends and as many wills as there are means. In a word, all will has respect to an effect, in which is an end, thence to a future event. 400. No liberty and no will is left to the soul so long as it remains in the body, for it does not act from any previous deliberation, since all science and all intellect are connate with it, and it is itself science and pure intelligence. Thus it has not to consult any intellect and associate itself with it, because it is by nature associated and most closely conjoined with it. Of its own nature it then flows into the sphere of the rational mind, and its operations are so many spiritual loves, which are kindled when the loves of the body and the world are removed, but under other circumstances become cold. The soul also is held to act according to the will of the rational mind, for the rational mind is not able to produce any action from itself. This belongs to the soul as to the principal cause, and indeed necessarily, for unless the soul should thus condescend, the whole corporeal machine would go to pieces, and the sensories themselves would be broken up. But whether it be with its nature or against it, it must consent to action, and thus either love its mind or hate it. This is the reason why no one knows the state of his mind except God himself. 20. Discourse. 401. Discourse, or the explanation of intellectual ideas through material ideas, which are just so many words, whence arise speech and conversation, does not result through influx but through correspondence, just as when hearing passes into the sight. Thus just so many mutations of the state of the sensory are formed, to each of which correspond certain forces or expansions of those corticals which command the very muscles of the tongue. This correspondence comes through use and culture, for whether an idea of the mind is to be pronounced in one way or in another, nevertheless the correspondence between the idea and the word remains. 402. The action of the tongue, however, cannot be accomplished without the will, for will is the beginning of action, just as the beginning of motion is effort. Wherefore the idea has to be carried from the thought into the will, and this is the joint operation as much of the intellect as the mind. Thus the whole thought is, as it were, carried to the conclusion, which thus coincides with the will. 403. But still it appears in discourse how distinct are the intellect and the mind. For speech or conversation are the intellect talking, through the connection of material ideas or words, and their different dispositions, conjunctions, and the verbs active, passive, simple, and compound, qualities which are partly occult. A form is produced which can be understood by the rational mind, and thus be elevated from the sphere of inferior ideas into that of higher ones, where the mind seizes upon and understands a certain inner sense which does not appear in its true meaning except through the connection itself just described. The mind, however, is present with its own loves, and excites the very conversation, and as it were vivifies not only the sound, but even supplies the more ardent words. Especially does it break forth into gesture, into the expression of the face, and the forms of action, which are images of the mind itself. Thus from the speech itself it may generally be clearly seen what kind of an animus lies hidden within, however much it may stimulate, for it is likely to be kindled by the thought and speech itself dwelling long upon one subject. 404. From discourse it appears of what nature is the communication of the intellect and the mind, especially what is natural and what spontaneous to the mind and to the intellect. But this matter is extremely prolix. These subjects have been but little thought out. Human prudence. 405. Human prudence, which is sometimes called the providence of the rational mind, consists chiefly in discovering and arranging means to a good end, so that the end may follow spontaneously as it were, after the example of nature, or that the disposition and ordering of the means may be as it were a natural one. Nor does it seem to take its rise from any previous intellect, since it presupposes in itself an intellect disciplined and more perfect, as also a mind which is in accord with such an intellect, nor does the end reveal the intention. The prudence is greater in the degree that the end is better, for what prudence allows it supposes to be good, or at least, in the intellect it is true or truly good. That prudence may be of the highest character, it is requisite that the best end may be sought for, as the preservation of society, or of one's country, of religion, of the divine glory, and similar things. Then when man proposes, God disposes, or divine providence concurs with human providence. The mind in this case perceives no end except an intermediate, not even the last, unless in the last there is that which is first. He who arrives at this last, in which is the first, perceives all ends as intermediates. His prudence does not need to be active of itself, it is rather rendered active from a superior love, and the means are present as if of themselves. 406. Prudence is required as long as human minds are so very different, some inclining to evil, others to good, and without these various minds there would be no means for advancing an end, for every man is an instrumental cause and the means of some superior end, for even evil minds can be of use in attaining a good end, often a devil in forwarding the best end, as when Judas, inspired by the devil, betrayed the Messiah. But this is done not by command but by consent. For infinite means are given to a single end, so that it is not necessary to seek such evil means, but only to admit them by consent. 407. Human prudence extends itself to all actions in civil life, especially in evil society or among the wicked, both in protecting themselves and in furthering those things which look to the safety of society. But there is a civil as well as a moral prudence, even universal and particular, and there are its genera and species. Simulation and dissimulation. 408. Things, whether true or false, are to be simulated or dissimulated exactly according to the genius of the age, or according to human inclination or circumstances, all of which are motives of prudence. Malicious and cunning methods are employed when men's minds incline toward evil. Thus it is that simulation is a virtue and also a vice, since the object is the attainment of an end, and the means must be regarded according to the quality of the end. For deeds take their impress from the will. Therefore the noblest acts of charity, love, and benevolence are evil if they are assumed for the purpose of deceiving. So in all other things. 409. Simulation and dissimulation are always the external form of the mind, consequently of the body, the internal form which is hidden still remaining. Dissimulation is a crime if we feign virtues externally, or if we pretend to have a mind filled with the most perfect love, for the purpose of attaining some very imperfect end or love. As for instance, if when our mind is in the desire of revenge we should feign friendship, or when pitiless, compassion, or when impious, piety. The vice of simulation is always the greater as the loves which are represented are better ones. Such pretenders are the world's actors, and the real comedians of the theatre. Simulation and dissimulation become a virtue if we conceal our good ends while they flow as it were spontaneously through the means of prudence. Yea, even if we should feign evil things externally when among evil persons, so long, nevertheless, as this does not flow from the inmost. and through their own inclinations should insinuate ourselves into their minds, still, after becoming friends and brothers worthy of confidence, their animus cannot yet be turned to good. But this art cannot be described in its innumerable features, since its methods are countless and all unlike. 410. It is to be observed that there is no affection of the animus which does not show itself in the body, either in the face, the actions, by gesture or by speech, and even in the very eyes. The art of simulation consists chiefly in this, that the countenance and external forms differ from the internal, and we assume an expression which fits the contrary affection. Then also that we produce from the intellect reasons which are confirmatory, so that the expression may be believed to be genuine. 411. From these things it follows that to the intellect is given the power and the right of commanding the will of the mind, but not the mind itself, for the mind rules universally in the will, but the intellect favoring it admits and connects the means which tend to that end which the mind continually contemplates, so that there can be one change of the state of the ideas of the intellect and another of the will, and so separated may they be that one may remain after the other is changed. For a change of state is one thing, and a concourse of expansion determined to certain sensories is another. Cunning and malice. 412. Cunning exists when the ends of evil are attained craftily under the appearance of good, as under a pretence of honesty, of virtue, of public safety, of religion, or by semblance of some kind of love for others, or through some deception by which we flatter the cupidities or wishes of another, and this knowingly and with intention. The cunning is the greater if the end itself, even though it be depraved, is veiled over by something like to the above, and appears to some minds as a thing to be approved, which is done by an intellectual coloring, making the affair to appear comely. Sometimes this becomes the genius of an entire age, and it prevails among republics and kingdoms, whose officers are praised in the degree that they deceive others with more subtle arts, while nevertheless a semblance of honesty remains. For cunning never regards any end as terminable or ultimate, but only as a means. It would be much too prolix to enumerate the various arts it practices. It prevails among minor societies, between individual associates, and a perfect friendship itself is often used as its guise. The very crafty man is a friend to no one but himself, and he loves himself best of all. This is at this day termed prudence, while others term it sincerity or simplicity. 413. Malice, however, exists when no virtue is feigned, or when one does evil from nature itself in the absence of all virtue and honesty, and pretends that it would be acting against nature if one did not act contrary to the better conscience. Thus such a one is touched by no shame for crime committed, and by no fear of punishment. The wicked man is one who knows at the same time that he hates truths and virtues. The cunning man does not hate virtues, but prefers his own depraved loves to virtue, and he gradually convinces himself that his vices are virtues, and he strengthens his conscience by carefully chosen arguments, since habit and all exercises of the brain lead on the animus and make the changes of the rational mind to seem like natural ones. Sincerity. 414. Sincerity is the opposite of simulation and feigning, inasmuch as it speaks what it thinks. Sincerity may exist in both the good and the evil. There may be a praiseworthy sincerity even when the inclinations are evil, because it is a token of a truth misunderstood. or of a mind not intending to deceive. Such a one may be the friend of all. It grows out of the principle that feigning is a vice, or from a principle of honesty, or else from the habit of not wearing a false face. It is never admitted as a trusted friend in the company of the wicked. Justice and equity. 415. Our intellect not only arranges in order, thinks and meditates, but it also judges and concludes, and in particular instances is governed by judgment and decision. But still the intellect is governed by the mind and its desires, which cause that desirable motives be insinuated more readily into the judgment than those which are distasteful. Since therefore there are as many judgments because there are as many wills and desires as there are minds, it follows that the minds themselves are unable to act in the midst of so many decisions. In order, therefore, that there be someone to judge more truly than others, there must be justice. Thus it must exist among many when they themselves disagree, and it must appertain to everything which ever comes into our thought. 416. Thus in all things where form, order, laws exist, in oneself and his mind, in large and smaller societies, and in kingdoms, there are constant discussions, litigations, and controversies, whence result civil and natural laws, jurisprudence, judges, kings, magistrates, and other institutions. Also in the sciences, all things are employed in disputing concerning what is good and truth, and each person is drawn into the opinion to which his mind and animus carry him. And if the mind were not ruled by the animus and its desires, man would know from himself what is just and equal, and a perpetual harmony would rule. Ignorance, persuasion, and presumption pervert minds, as also do political artifices. But were there no self-love, there would be no need of a code of justice. 417. Since therefore there exists that which is true and good and just in itself, this is perfect in God, who is truth itself, goodness itself, and justice itself. The conscience also dictates justice, lest therefore any one should act contrary to his better conscience, and do what is unjust, and so destroy the commonwealth and himself. He is subjected to a public punishment as to his body or possessions, or he is hindered by misfortunes permitted by Providence, or by the pangs of conscience, or fears in regard to his soul and eternity. All these things restrain the mind, lest it should rush headlong into all manner of crimes. And for this reason there are punishments for the abolition and extirpation of evil. 418. Equity truly corresponds to equilibrium in nature. When the natural equilibrium is disturbed, disordered motion takes place, and nature is as it were confounded, and each thing awkwardly stirs up, acts upon, and destroys its neighbor. Hence by the more perfect and purer forces which are within, they are reduced again to their equilibrium. So likewise in our body and in human society, when dissensions are adjusted, we call it a state of equity, or as it were, of equilibrium, each one rendering to another that which is his, and taking from another that which is not his, etc. Knowledge, intelligence, wisdom. 419. We have a knowledge, scientia, of all those things which are in any manner insinuated into and held by the memory. These are usually insinuated immediately by ways of the senses, especially by the sense of sight and hearing. It also is acquired through teachers and through books containing all the sciences of things, also by one's own reflection, and the discovery of some new truth or principle, which is termed the offspring of ingenuity. Therefore he is a scientific man, a doctor, or one of the learned, who is acquainted with many sciences, experiments, and histories, and can rehearse all these. He is to be believed to be intelligent. But these two things do not always go together. A very little child can be among the most knowing, because it can repeat whole books by memory, when nevertheless it does not follow that it is intelligent. Knowledge has to be acquired by mankind. With beasts it is connate, but it is not reproduced in like manner. Not only can material things be retained in the memory, but also things purely intellectual, as of philosophy and the deductions of logic, many of which can be reduced into one, and so forth, and thus the memory can be filled with all things. 420. Intelligence is the being able to reduce the things of memory into perfect order and into perfect forms, thence to draw forth truths, to scrutinize hidden things, and to conclude as to present things from the past, that is, to be a philosopher as it were from birth. There are many parts of philosophy and physics into which one penetrates from the things of the memory, from his own intellect. As he has penetrated, and from himself through reflection possesses many truths in his memory, he is intelligent. For in the intellect concur the pure intellectory, and a certain superior natural principle, such as will instruct the very ideas of the memory to rightly consociate, that is, to coordinate and subordinate themselves into their proper forms. And in this principle there is present in itself all science, universally. Without this there would be no intellect, that is, without a natural logic, dialectics, topics, grammar, mechanics, acoustics, optics, etc. For with every one there is inborn a certain natural law. Only the particular ideas are wanting which this law may reduce to order. The more apt one is in making these deductions for himself, for the difference in this regard is immense, in that degree is he the more intelligent. There are very many persons who only feign intelligence, in that they pass off, for their own, numerous intellectual things which they have acquired from doctrine, and also the conceptions and discoveries of others. There are also those who cannot become intelligent owing to their want of a knowledge of things, or their ignorance. For these wander as it were in darkness, but still they exhibit a gift of ingenuity in those things which they do know. The intellect always increases with age, and is called judgment, or the possession of the mature judgment. A great many differences occur in its development, for a man can be intelligent in one line of study and not in another, and it is rarely that a man is intelligent in all things. However, it may be only application that is wanting. Wisdom. 421. He is wise who in all things has regard to an end, chooses the best, enjoys properly his own liberty, embracing those things which ought to embraced, and shunning those things which ought to be shunned. The wise man is always honest, or a lover of all that is virtuous. He considers himself as a part of the whole. He imposes obligations on himself from a sense of duty. He subjugates the animus and suffers the pure mind to act. The wise man loves corporeal and worldly things for the sake of uses as means. In other respects and in their abuse he despises them. The wise man loves intelligence as a means, but otherwise, or if it leads the mind into error, he hates it. Intelligence and wisdom are rarely conjoined so long as intelligence is very imperfect and erroneous, excusing the follies of the insane mind and justifying an obedience to bodily desires, for this takes away wisdom. The wisest of men is he who loves his neighbor as himself, society as many selves, and God more than himself, and according to this directs his actions, which are regarded as means.
So far as he departs from this rule, so far does he depart from wisdom. The wise man is known not from his speech, but from the direction of his life. A rustic can be wiser than the greatest philosopher, for wisdom is divine, while intelligence called philosophy is human, and it frequently happens that the one recedes and diminishes in the degree that the other advances and grows. It is the wise alone who are truly loved by sincere men and by God. To these does the divine providence open the way of ascent. There are those who are wise in nature, like those who have a native sense of honor. Some are wise from experience, and some from their intellect. If by the intellect wisdom has inspired intelligence, and intelligence in its turn wisdom. Wisdom is therefore a faculty of the mind, and not of the pure intellect. Causes changing the state of the intellect and the rational mind, or perverting and perfecting causes. 422. There are connate causes which derive their origin from the state of the soul itself, and also from its formation in the maternal womb. These are acquired causes, as from neglect of cultivation. There are causes originating in the animus, and some finally in the body, but the mind is variously affected respectively as to knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom. 423. Connate causes are those which flow from the soul itself. This is because the soul of the progeny is derived from the soul of the parent, whose nature is transferred into the progeny. No wholly similar state of the soul is given to the state of another. The soul constructs its own organism after its own image. So also does it form the nature of the rational mind or its faculty, which is the reason why children are so much like their parent in animus, and why frequently the grandfather is reproduced in the grandson. The soul of every one is a spiritual form, and the loves of the mind itself are spiritual, but the difference of persons consists in this, that one loves, another hates. The soul of a divine nature loves the celestial society and God, but the soul of a diabolical nature hates the celestial society and God. Thus are the loves opposite in the soul itself. And as often as the spiritual mind flows into the sphere of the rational mind, it follows that contrary loves are insinuated. Thus some are born for wisdom, and some for insanity. But this insanity does not prevent the mind from being highly intelligent, and becoming scientific, erudite, and learned, even to knowing better than others what wisdom is, while it is at the same time held in aversion. For all are born to intelligence, but not all to wisdom. Those who are born to wisdom are called the elect, or chosen ones. 424. Causes connate through the formation in the material womb. The soul itself is from the parent, or rather the inmost determination of that human form, which afterwards is procreated or conceived in its own remarkable manner. For the soul is introduced immediately by the parent with its pure intellectory, in which similar substances are procreated in order, and the mother furnishes in the ovum every external form for the use of the soul, and supplies all that the liquors may contain. And because the maternal sensories communicate most closely with the embryo, it follows that the child may assume a mixed genius of the mother and of the father. For while the soul of the father is in the offspring, the animus is of both father and mother. From these things it follows that according to the accidental and natural mutations of the animus in the mother, the organism itself of the internal sensory can undergo changes. Thus, for example, the memory may be more apt for the reception of objects or for knowing them and then understanding them. For all the faculties depend upon the form itself, and its relation to those things adjoined, superior and inferior. Besides, the maternal nutriment which the embryo imbibes may be affected by a morbid constitution. Likewise, accidents may occur in gestation itself, as compressions, contusions, and things of such a nature, or to the new-born infant through the carelessness of the midwife or nurse, also through the milk, or by various accidents, neglect or malice. It may be brought about that the rational mind cannot be perfectly developed, or that it inherits some natural imperfection. But whatsoever evil it thus derives is external, and not an internal vice of the soul itself, which is thus rendered incapable of operating into its own proximate organs, and through these into the more remote. 425. Among acquired causes, the chief one is that the mind is not improved, or that it is not rightly cultivated. Thus, when it is not cultivated by knowledges, or when its cultivation is not in the natural order, those things being forced upon it to which it does not naturally incline, or out of their own proper succession. Also when the mind is not excited by a love of perfecting itself, for the love or ambition to excel others in knowledge, intelligence, and wisdom especially contributes to the perfection of the mind, and in very many this ambition can be aroused. But when the mind is not cultivated, it remains in the state of its own ignorance, since without ideas of the memory and imagination, the rational mind will in vain endeavour to develop its own nature and produce its proper faculty. For the mind is like an artisan who does not know how to work without instruments, and the intellect is the principal cause, and the memory, and thence the imagination, is the instrumental cause. Thus, in the most illiterate peasant, whose mind is instructed in no science, there may be a greater than the prince of philosophers. For thus the greatest endowments and the loftiest genius frequently lie buried in the most obscure minds, and often are by a singular providence brought into light. In the meantime they appear as dry sponges, as dregs, and a sterile field overgrown with thorns. 426. There are causes originating in the animus. It is evident that the animus, either naturally or by habits, or by some cause, as by misfortune, too excessive joys, or by bodily disorders, can become diseased, and desire things not desirable, overshadowing the intellect of its own mind, being unwilling to admit anything which does not flatter this special animus, and rejecting not only intelligence itself, but also wisdom, and holding them in hatred. Such believe in everything which agrees with this love. In a word, in so far as the animus wishes to rule over the pure mind in our rational mind, so far it prevents the mind from becoming perfect, since these loves are what distract and disturb the mind, and make it sick. Neither do they only disturb it, but they obscure it with a kind of ignorance, just as do pride and haughtiness, avarice, and other base loves. Hence comes a contempt of the sciences of intelligence and of wisdom. The animus also infects the animal and sanguinary spirits, and diffuses widely its own poison. For the animus immediately flows into the form of the body, and thence corporeal causes are aroused, which combined operations destroy the life of the mind. 427. Corporeal causes are many, as the various diseases which afflict the humours, especially the red and the pure blood, or animal spirit. These diseases are innumerable, for many diseases pollute the blood. All things causing disease will therefore cause destruction of the mind. Thus bad nutriment, poisons, drink, and every kind of intemperance, since the vitiated blood draws the animus apart, and consequently the mind. For the animus naturally depends upon its own intellections, and the form of the common intellectory, but externally it also depends upon the state of the purer blood or the animal spirit, which if diseased drives the mind to insanity, even to delirium. But on the blood being restored to health, the mind returns to its normal state, from which it follows that these changes of state are external and not internal. How this happens can be demonstrated, for through the sensories or cortical glands, as from the arterial vessels into the fibres, there flows continually the blood spirit. Such is the quality of the blood spirit, spiritus sanguinarius, that if it is too warm, too cold, too thin, too sluggish, too watery, or mixed with heterogeneous or homogeneous particles, it will remain in this cavity of the gland, either not flowing in or not flowing out. Then the sensory is unable to pass through its change of state, and hence it can produce nothing from its memory. It can neither imagine nor think. Besides, it can be excited internally as well as externally into absurd and irregular motions by heterogeneous causes, whence come deliriums. Similar things take place in burning fevers, in apoplexy, epileptic fits, paralytic strokes, in catalepsy, tarantismus, loss of memory in catarrhal disorders, and in other troubles. These are the ordinary bodily causes. There are also extraordinary causes which injure the cerebrum itself, and thus the common sensory or the external form of the sensory, as inflicted wounds, water on the brain, inward tumours, the innumerable like things, some of which can be cured and others not. That the reasoning power of the mind, or the human intellect, and likewise the affections undergo at the same time noticeable changes, as confirmed by daily experience. 428. From these causes which diminish or destroy the executive faculty of the mind, it can be judged what are the causes which perfect the same faculty, for from an examination of particulars a knowledge of contraries flows. In the meantime, this care is most incumbent upon, that there should be a sound mind in a sound body, or that the body and the animus should only be so indulged that the mind shall always remain sane.
Chapter 21, Part 1. The Spiritual Loves, or the Loves of the Soul. Number 429. That we may know of what kind are the affections and loves of the rational mind, it is necessary that we consider not only the affections of the animus, concerning which we have just now treated, but also the loves of the supereminent affections of the soul. These are called superior, the former inferior, the latter spiritual, and the former purely natural or corporeal. Because the rational mind does not possess any loves of its own, but is obliged to be ruled and drawn here and there, either by spiritual or superior loves of the soul, or by the corporeal inferior loves of the animus, therefore it is necessary that we should know what and of what nature are the loves of the soul, or rather of our spiritual mind. For thence flow the virtues and vices which are the essential determination of the human mind. 430. All loves of the soul, which may be called the eminent or spiritual affections, are universal, and they embrace in themselves, in minutest particulars, in potency, all the affections in general, which are able to exist specially or in a part. From a certain universal love, as if from their own fountainhead, flow all special and particular loves, like brooks. They cannot manifest themselves in any place except in the animus and the mind, in which they are determined into certain genera or certain species, all of which look to a certain universal love in the soul, from which when they descend as streams, they are on the way liable to be defiled by imperfections, which are adjoined to nature, and so they scarcely know that they are derived from so pure a fount. The animus derives its power of desiring or of loving from its own soul, but the power of loving in one manner and not in another it derives from its form, as also from its connection with the soul by means of the rational mind. Therefore the effect of almost all science is to be able to subordinate particular under special loves, and these under general ones, or to arrange them into their own classes, and to perceive in what manner they flow from universal or spiritual loves. This is the true psychological and pneumatical science. 431. All souls are purely spiritual forms. Thus all their minds and loves are purely spiritual, whether they are good or evil. For the spirit, whether it be good or evil, is nevertheless purely a spirit, or purely a mind, and it has loves purely spiritual, that is, universal, in which are contained the principles of the inferior and purely natural loves. The good angel, as the evil angel or devil, is purely a spirit, and the loves of both are purely spiritual, with this difference, that what the good spirit purely loves is contrary to what an evil spirit loves, or is what he is said to hate. For there exist pure love and pure hate, which are purely contrary loves. Thus there are spiritual loves good and evil, but they are all universal, superior, and belong to the soul, and are most perfectly good or evil. But because good and evil, as truth and falsity, are opposites, and in one subject there may exist a mixture of good and evil, and truth and falsity, owing to that mixture, in accordance with the received habit of speaking, that which is not purely good is called impure, or that which is purely evil very impure. So love is preeminently known as the love of good, although there is a love of evil, which from its own nature is conjoined with the hatred of good. But lest we may produce confusion of ideas in the following parts, we propose to use the expression the mind and the purely spiritual love, but not the pure mind or the pure spiritual love. For on account of acquired ideas we are scarcely able to discern that that is impure which is not purely good or purely true. Strictly speaking, all that is impure, which is mixed with imperfections below itself, so that the human rational mind is never pure. The love of being above oneself. 432. The first and supreme spiritual love or love of the soul, and the most universal, is the love of a being above oneself, from whom it has derived its essence, and perpetually does derive it, in which, through which, and on account of which being it is and lives. This love is the first of all, because nothing can exist and subsist from itself except God, who exists in himself and alone is who is. Because the soul feels this in itself, the supreme love is innate in it, and thus the very divine love is in us. 433. There exists a purely contrary love, yet it is spiritual and supreme, or a pure hatred of divine power, or of a being above self. This love is called diabolic. From this we may recognize of what quality good love is, and from the good of what quality the evil is, for there exist infinitely different mediate loves. This love is called the love of evil. The evil mind itself, such as it is the mind of certain souls, for the soul of no one is absolutely similar to that of another, nor ought it to be similar. that there may be a society of souls, and the most perfect form of a society. The evil spirit, or the diabolic mind, even feels in itself that there is a being above itself, from which it has derived its own essence, that that being is to be loved above self, and the love to be testified by adoration. But although it recognizes, nevertheless it disdains and envies it, and rebels against its own consciousness, and hates the very truth that it is so, and thus it loves self above that being, whence there is a perpetual incurable hatred, such that he would wish to destroy himself 1,000 times, if only at the same time he could destroy that superior being, both without himself and in himself, which cannot be destroyed. The conscience of such a mind is in anguish when it is doing nothing contrary to the better conscience, and it so acts because it hates the truth most deeply and from its very nature, and would perpetually love to destroy it. There are certain rational minds which seem to be images of this spiritual mind. May such not be the state of their soul? The love of a friend as oneself. 434. The love of a friend as oneself, or where there exists a love of another equal to that of oneself, is a spiritual love. For the soul or spiritual mind recognizes another soul and mind as an associate, and one of a society or divine kingdom. This flows from the nature of things, as well as from the first or most eminent of all loves. 435. From nature. One or a part by itself is as if nothing, unless it has relation to many things with which it is. Thence exist a certain form of such things, and the affections of form. There is no harmony unless it is of many united, and by virtue of the manner in which these are united among themselves. Thus there is no felicity of souls unless of many together, no form and conjunction unless through love, and through love of another as oneself. Whatever is in another is communicated to oneself and appropriated as one's own. Thence results a multiplied felicity of all, which is concentrated in each one. 436. From divine love. Whoever loves a friend as himself does not do so on account of the friend, but for the image of himself in that friend, and when the love is reciprocal, on account of the image of that one in himself, so that that one becomes a participant of that love, and of the thence resulting felicity. And thus the harmony of all the friends who constitute the whole society may transcribe its joy and happiness into oneself, and from oneself, in whom the idea of the whole is concentrated, into each, and thus into all. By this means a felicity beyond all power to describe, an inmost, even a divine felicity, is excited. And since that love is not towards self or society principally, but towards a being above self, to whom one is united by love, one loves the friend through love towards him with whom he desires to be united, and who resides inmostly in the friend. This supereminent or divine love, which extends itself to the universal society of souls, and pours out that very felicity from its own essence, cannot help produce this as its first effect, that one loves that companion who, like oneself, also is loved by the divine, so that they cannot otherwise be united than by a conjoined love towards him who loves both with his own love. Wherefore that very conjunction resulting from love descends solely from a common love of a superior, which is the common universal, and hence the particular bond of all. Spiritual love towards a companion extends itself so far as not to hate even a devil, but the evil which is in him,
and if he were curable he would love him, but as it is he only pities him. Therefore the most universal spiritual love is the love of a being above oneself. From this descends the love towards a friend, for the individual loves of friends are united by a supreme love, and from this they are derived. These individual loves taken together constitute that universal love which is divine. 437. There is a contrary love, spiritual as well as natural, or a pure hatred of others and love of oneself alone. This love is diabolical, and it follows naturally from the hatred towards a superior, or God. Whatever joins the minds of friends, this disjoins, for those impelled by it seek to cast down that superior beneath themselves, and they cast him down in themselves. Consequently, all those who are his and are in him whom they judge inferior to themselves. It declares itself rather their God, regarding itself as the universal, or as omnipotent, or of such a quality in itself as God is. Consequently, all things which subsist from God are subject to itself. Wherefore these do not love their companions unless they agree with their projects, and are minded as themselves, not from love, but from a likeness of will to accomplish an end. But because there is no universal or superior hatred by which the minds of those who hate may be conjoined, there is no regulated society, but one is armed against the other, for they have their very essences in hatred, and all that they love is vice. Thus in this same hatred remain their soul and life, and one rushes to the destruction of another and tortures another. These results follow as simple consequences. From these statements it is manifest of what kind the intermediate love is, for there are infinite differences between the pure love and the pure hatred of those who are associated. To love society as many selves. 438. The love of many, of society, of country, of the human race, is not above that of self in the ratio in which is love towards God, but is greater than that of self in an arithmetical or geometrical ratio or proportion. It becomes so by simple addition or multiplication. In an arithmetical ratio, if love increases according to number; in a geometrical one, if according to number and the greater and smaller societies, while at the same time their sums increase. But love is elevated above self, as an inferior power is to a higher power. For example, as a root is related to its fourth power or cube. So that while the love itself may be almost as nothing, respectively, still it becomes something according to the number of those who are loved and who are able to love. Therefore love of the neighbor as oneself supposes a multiplication of love, respectively, in the degree that the society is numerous. Nevertheless, the increase of love is wholly from the same cause. For in the degree that it is more universal, there is reciprocally a greater sensation of love in oneself, and of felicity thence resulting, since all its delights increase in the same degree. This love, however, being spiritual, does not concern terrestrial society, but the celestial society of souls. It is not of the mind, but of the soul, and thence it is pure. For since it is of this quality, pure truth is in it. 439. The contrary love, or pure hatred, increases in a similar ratio towards its many objects. Thus it takes place in an analogous arithmetical or geometrical ratio, indeed as opposed to the divine will in a double and triplicate ratio. It is not therefore necessary to describe this more fully. Such is diabolical hatred. It is not love of one's own society, but of evil alone, which never intimately associates minds, because there is nothing above which is a common bond. Hence the one aims at the eternal destruction of the other, for each one numbers the other among those who are evil, and because the very truth they know convicts those. Hence it affords a reason why they are not to be loved, and why they deserve punishment. The love of being near the one loved. 440. The love of being near to God who is loved is the most eminently spiritual love, for it is in the very nature of love itself. Hence when there is pure love, there is nothing of the love of being above one's companions, that is, no love contrary to the love of a friend. With this contrary love, pure love has nothing in common. It does not reflect upon itself, but should it do so, lest there should come a desire of precedence over one's friend, it would assign itself the lowest place of all. But God himself is the one who exalts, and thus the love to be nearest to the beloved can exist without any desire of eminence. Wherefore it pertains immediately to the love of God, but not to the love of the neighbor as oneself. Then indeed the love of self wholly vanishes, and there arises a sort of contempt of self, on seeing oneself to be near God, and yet so infinitely distant from him, and to be almost nothing. Through him alone has he any being, and the more in the degree that he is nearer to him. When there exists this pure love, together with a love towards the neighbor, then there is an absence of jealousy if another is nearer to him and superior to himself, for then he loves the superior so much the more because he is nearer to God, whom he himself loves. But indeed, if he does not look solely to love towards God, but regards also his own happiness, eminence, or love of self, then the love is not pure, but mingled with jealousy. Envy ever presupposes something of love of self, of eminence among equals, and always reveals that it is so far distant from the love towards God. 441. The love of being remote from God, who is love itself, is the effect of diabolical hatred itself, conjoined with the greatest jealousy if one witnesses the success of another's kingdom or society. Thus one is stimulated by envy to prevent his neighbor's enjoying success, and his hatred is rendered most intense. But indeed, when he sees his neighbor's success assured, and is not able to further resist it, then this hatred is turned into the last degree of envy and fury, as much against self as against the neighbor. In this seems to consist infernal torment. The love of being eminent in happiness, in power, and in wisdom. 442. The love of eminence in happiness is never a divine love, although it be spiritual, for in so far as a person loves his own happiness instead of the happiness of others, so far he loves himself more than others, and thus so far he removes himself from those two fundamental loves of the first source of love, and becomes more unhappy. To love God and the neighbor for the sake of one's own happiness is for one's own sake. Thus it is not pure love. But to love God for his own sake, because he is love itself, and to love the neighbor for God's sake, because this is his love, and because any other love is the love of self, is pure love. But to love chiefly on account of the effect of love is contrary to order itself. For happiness flows of itself as an effect from these two loves, and pure love does not look to effect, but to love itself, abstractly from effect. 443. The love of surpassing others in power is similar to the love of excelling in happiness, for one involves the other, as we always suppose there is happiness in power. This love of eminence discloses a love of self instead of others,
such as the love of ruling always is. Thus it is still less divine, although it be spiritual. 444. The love of being eminent in wisdom is similar. To strive after wisdom is a virtue, but to do so for the sake of being eminent through wisdom is a vice. For wisdom itself, like happiness and power, is a necessary consequent of the love of God above self. So that to love happiness, power, and wisdom chiefly is to prefer them to God, or to love God less than self, or equally with self. This indeed is not a diabolical love, for the devil does not love or desire to love and adore God for any end which is the necessary consequent of love, but he entirely hates him. Wherefore this seems to be the love of human souls after the fall of Adam. Thus it is in our souls, and indicates their perverse state. Yet we ought nevertheless to recover that pristine state, and both by prayer and the grace of God, we are even able to strive for this end with our own powers. 445. The love of eminence conjoined with hatred towards God and the neighbor is diabolical, nor can it exist without the love of self above others, or spurious ambition, avarice, inhumanity, and many other vices or crimes. It especially manifests itself in the love of power over others. The desire to be able to be over others is the desire to be more than man, thus to be equal to God. It loves this means as an end, for instance, honor, riches, possessions, which affections go on increasing and never terminate, for they aspire to the infinite, and believe themselves at the last to have reached something infinite, although it will be as far distant as the finite from the infinite, should they have become possessed of the universe itself. The happiness to which such a one aspires is supposed to be in power itself, and to be reflected by it upon him. But because his love comes from a source contrary to felicity, he becomes the more unhappy. 446. This love is contrary to wisdom because it is contrary to God, who is love and wisdom. Therefore it is hatred of wisdom, and also hatred of the true intelligence which dictates wisdom, of which nature is the love of those in the desire of ruling. These do not love wisdom on account of wisdom, but that by this means they may better rule over human minds, which power they esteem as wisdom. Except for this, they would desire all wisdom to be extinguished, and wish that the dark ages might return. Chapter 21, Part 2. The spiritual loves, or the loves of the soul. The love of propagating the celestial society by natural means. 447. The love of propagating celestial society is spiritual. For example, the love of multiplying the members of society. This love is greater than the love of self, because it is on a plane with the love towards society. Since the soul knows that this society cannot be propagated unless by natural means, for instance by generation, therefore of itself it burns in this desire, which is the reason why venereal love is so vehement an affection of the animus. Spiritual love thus descends into nature, where the means are provided. But that this love, although made corporeal, may indeed remain spiritual in the mind, it is a pure and commendable love when it regards heaven for an end, and the increase of its society. There is in this love a love of multiplying oneself, for it does not consider the offspring as separated or disjoined from self, but it considers self together with the offspring as self multiplied. 448. But indeed the contrary love, or love of destroying the propagation of society, cannot exist, not even in the devil, for he loves his own society and hates the divine. Hence he eagerly desires the increase of members of his society, that it may prevail. It is for this reason, I believe, that God gave so great power to the devil, and united so great a society to him, that the love of propagation may not cease even in diabolical souls. The love of destruction or cruelty reveals a hatred which is so supreme that it rebels against the love of self, thus that it desires to be cruel against self, and wishes for the destruction of the universe. Thus in the human race there can exist a hatred that surpasses diabolical hatred. The love of one's own body. 449. The love of one's own body is not to be confounded with the love of self. Every one loves his body because it is in connection with the soul, for the sake of propagation and multiplication in it of the soul, for the soul is continually conceived and multiplied. From this love flows the love of nourishing oneself, the sense of taste, also the love of protecting oneself from the surrounding vapors, whence is the sense of smell, also sight, and even pain, when force and injury are inflicted upon the body. Without this love, the ends and loves before mentioned could not be obtained. Every one can love his body, and nevertheless love his neighbor as himself. For if he loves his neighbor as himself, then he loves the body on account of the love of self, and at the same time on account of the love towards society. While he does not therefore hate his body, he is still willing that it should be destroyed for the sake of society, rather than that society should perish, and finitely for God's sake would prefer this. Celestial society is one body, whose soul is God himself. Because one loves God and his celestial body, he does not love himself and his own body otherwise than as a part of that society, or for the sake of his being a constitutive part. 450. Hatred of one's body cannot exist, unless in so far as it, the body, is not in connection with its soul, and does not obey when the mind commands. For this very love is a connection of body and soul, but hatred is disjunction. So an artist does not love an instrument if it is not adapted to his use. However, when we love anything more than self, whether the love be genuine or not, as love of glory, fame, envy, riches, venery, then we prefer that love to the love of our corporeal life. But still we do not hate the latter. We love the body in so far as it is a means of obtaining that which is loved, and in so far as it is that which through the mind feels love. Thus when death is risked for love, it is not a hatred of life, but an indication that one desires that love may live. When, however, one is cut off from a hope of superior love, then he falls into the hatred of living in the body, and there is a desperation and insanity of the mind. For without that love he thinks that to live is not to live, or but to live in misery, and thus he desires his own extinction. But such an insane love or hatred of self is never conjoined with genuine and truly spiritual love, such as the love of deity, of friends, of propagating society. Therefore it is as contrary to the essence of true love as it is to wisdom, these two being very closely joined. The love of immortality. 451. The love of immortality is a spiritual love, and coincides with the love of God and of society. For the spiritual life is to be nearer to God, who is life itself, and by whom all things live. But it is spiritual death to be remote from him. Still that death is not extinction of essence, but is the extinction and privation of love, to which true life belongs. Just as a dark surface is not the extinction of light, but of a suffocation that cannot exist without light. Hence it appears that the love of immortality is not that of living to eternity, but of living well and happily. For the soul knows that it is to be immortal, Hence it does not love its own immortality, so far as this is assured, since all love presupposes a change and the possibility of a contrary, and otherwise it is no longer love. Therefore love perishes in those things which cannot be otherwise that they are, but the love of immortality appertains to those things which may be mortal or immortal, such as the exercise of love, charity, honor, virtue. These are all spiritually loved, in order that they may be immortal in oneself, since the mind or the soul is the subject of these loves, and they may or may not exist in it. Since, moreover, these are the means of meriting the favor of the supreme love, the soul loves these as means and also as an end, not on account of self that it may be eminent among its associates, but for the love of Deity, and in order that there may be that in itself which it can communicate with its fellows to make the bond of love between them more close and binding. In this way it is better able to attach society to itself and itself to society. 452. There is also a hatred of immortality, but not that which is absolutely such so long as some hope of happiness remains. Thus not in the devil even, until after the last judgment, when all hope is gone, and the happiness of the blessed becomes manifestly the source of pain. Thus there is a possible love of immortality in the vicious and criminal, in mostly resulting from the love of self. But the love of the immortality of vices arises when vices are esteemed as virtues, and when there is something in vice which savours of virtue. Besides, all love of immortality perishes in vices, and brings with itself a doubt regarding all immortality, and at length a denial. These are the effects of impiety. Spiritual zeal. 453. Zeal is the active and ardent principle in the above-mentioned loves, by which they are not only excited to loving, but also to promoting the means for obtaining the end. And so some spiritual zeal is present in every love. For love in itself is not active except in the degree in which it is also passive. Thus without zeal there is nothing in love proper to the subject in which the love resides. The zeal itself is the property of the spiritual soul, and it arises or is born and excited only by contraries. Thus without the actual existence of a contrary, or without the devil or contrary souls, there could be no zeal, but it would be a non-entity. Zeal is accordingly excited according to the degree of the assailing or the repugnant force, and it sets itself against its opponent as its enemy. Thus the stronger the diabolical society is, the greater is the zeal of the celestial society, and with the devil extinct this would also entirely subside. Thus there would be no kindling of minds, no anger of the animus, except from really exciting opponents. Zeal is in itself a love excited to a superior degree, in order that it may equal the opposing force which it desires to extinguish. 454. There is also a zeal in hatred, and indeed fierce and deadly, thus a rage and an impure burning fire. The anger therefore proceeds not from the zeal, but from the hatred, and is turned into fury. But true zeal never degenerates into anger, but is a mild and gentle fire, inwardly and not outwardly glowing. Thus it has been demonstrated both in spiritual and natural things that zeal or a righteous displeasure is able to extinguish the furies and tempestuous angers themselves, or that one good soul is able to put down thousands and myriads of bad souls and devils. For the devil does not ignore the truth, but hates it. Still, because he knows that it is the truth which he hates, he cannot help fearing the truth itself from a certain inmost essence,
because it is stronger than himself. Thus one good angel is sufficient to cast down 1,000 devils, for they fly at the first blow, as those who are tormented by an evil conscience. This fear is innate, while in others there is no fear, but only the zeal which belongs to bravery. The love of propagating the kingdom and city of God. 455. This is a spiritual love, and flows immediately from the love of God and of society, but is excited and grows in zeal according to the degree of the opposition met. The kingdom of God is the celestial society of souls itself, the city of God being the terrestrial, which is the seminary of the celestial. This love of propagating the city of God or the church is the mind and spirit of our religion, and all the means of propagating this religion are subject to this love. 456. But the love of destroying the church is diabolical, and its kingdom is on this earth. It is the contrary of true religion. This subject would be too comprehensive for discussion here. The derivation of corporeal from spiritual loves, and their concentration in the rational mind. 457. From comparing loves together, the spiritual and the corporeal, for instance, it becomes evident enough that spiritual loves are the fountains of all corporeal loves. Consequently, that no corporeal love can exist unless a spiritual love pre-exists, and that the spiritual cannot exist unless there be actually a heaven or society of blessed souls, and a hell or society of infernal souls. For the one presupposes the other. As if you should deny the source, you would also deny the derivatives, and at length you would have to deny the existence of every affection of the body or of the animus. For nothing can exist from itself, it must flow from some principle to which it universally belongs. 458. Now since the spiritual loves are the sources of the loves of the body or of the animus, so the particular loves of the body can be deduced like so many special determinations of a certain spiritual love. For there is an infinite variety of affections of the animus, but all may be subordinated and arranged in order, so that one may know from what source they flow. But this subordination cannot be unfolded and described, except in many pages. 459. But it may happen that there is a good spiritual love in the soul, and a bad one in the rational mind or in the body. Indeed, man himself is naturally good, and by use and habit becomes bad. Therefore, as the mind is not such as is the soul, and still less the body, therefore it belongs to God alone to judge concerning the soul and its love. For all the loves, both of the soul and of the animus, are concentrated in the rational mind, which thus is carried along, not only according to its own natural inclinations, but also according to principles acquired or intellectually learned. Likewise also it is drawn asunder by the authority of others, by use, and by the natural seductions of the pleasures of the body, and so another nature is induced upon it. The most universal source of the bodily and spiritual loves is the love of deity above, and thence the love of the fellow man as of oneself. Pure or divine love viewed in itself. 460. God is the very spiritual esse in all things. And so far as the spiritual esse itself is in corporeal things, God is that very esse in those things, so that in him we live, move, and have our being. So far as God is the esse itself in all things, he is the love itself, which cannot but belong to that esse, which is from itself, and yet distinct from itself. For if God essentially proceeds from a created spirit, it is no spirit. since that it exists is not a property of spirit, but of him by whom it is created, in order that it may be. As we say from analogy, the body is not the soul, but the soul is the very esse of the body, so that if the soul departs, the body is no longer a body, but falls to decay. Whatever thus belongs to another, as a primitive to its derivative, must have an unbroken connection with it as to existence and substance, and if there is connection there is love, which here coincides entirely with the connection. For love causes that one's own image may be seen in another, but according to the degree of derivation, and therefore imperfectly. Love may therefore be said to belong to him in whom there is an image of another, not that he loves himself, but that he loves in another that which he wishes to belong to himself, or to be conjoined to himself, so that, in other words, the love may be mutual. 461. Hence it appears that God is love itself, and that we are in so far divine as we mutually love God, and thus by love draw near to him. And because God is life itself and wisdom, it follows that we so far live and are wise as we draw near to God. Hence love is the very bond itself, the life and the wisdom. By love and this connection all those things are in us more perfectly, and so far as we remove from it, so far are these in us imperfectly, and indeed so imperfectly that they can hardly be said to be in us. Therefore the most absolute and universal source of all loves is the love of Deity toward us, and our mutual love to the God above us, which must be a love capable of being infinite, while our love of ourselves ought to be considered, when compared with that supereminent love, as the finite compared with the infinite. This infinite love is not possible, it is true, in our souls which are finite, but by the mercy of the love of God toward us, it is possible that our love may be exalted even to an indefinite degree. Chapter 22. The influx of the animus and its affections into the body, and the body into the animus. 462. It is well known to every one that our animus so flows into the form of our body that it finds its form as it were in it. We may judge from the countenance itself what is the general state of the animus, or what its inclination is, sometimes also as to what are the special states of the animus, or its affections. And when these affections exist, they present themselves visibly, not only in the countenance, but also in the eyes, in speech, in single gestures and actions. Thus anger, vengeance, pride, hatred, love, and other affections are recognized by nature's speech alone. For what that form is which is superinduced upon the substantial form of the body, we do not learn by any rules of art. Thus the animus, which is the general form whose affections are so many essential determinations, is actually inscribed upon us, and it is the countenance itself in its particulars which is varied according to our inclination to this rather than to that special desire or animus. Also it writes itself there in time, as when a new inclination is acquired through use and habit. The animus also flows into the blood and the animal spirit itself, and thus into the particular forms of the internal organs. For it renders the bloods precisely conformable to itself, since anger excites the bile and disturbs the particular humors. Envy retains these in the blood, whence arises the bluish color then apparent. Pride expands the organs, and erects the nerves and muscles, and clarifies the blood, at the same time that it draws around it the clouds that it may be easily shaded. So with the other affections, which flow into the particular organic substances of the body, and at the same time into the humors. 463.
It cannot therefore be denied but that the form of the formed body is the image of the animus, and that the animus in its first formation, even in the womb, is itself the form of its own soul. Hence that the body, as to the expressions both of the face and of the actions, is the image, type, and pattern of the soul, or spiritual mind, by means of the animus. For the mind first forms its animus, or it may be the soul, its pure intellectory, whose general mind is what is called the animus, and then flows into the body before the body is able to flow into its animus. 464. How this takes place can also be demonstrated, but the demonstration itself demands an intimate knowledge of the internal organs of the sensories, a knowledge of forms in general and in particular, and of the influx of the spiritual mind into nature. For this is manifest, that nature is universally subject to a spiritual mind, as an instrumental cause to its principle, or as an instrument to the artificer, so that the whole world of nature, from a certain necessity, and thus spontaneously, assents to the rule of mind. Thus also the mind rules in the body formed, in order that the body and its muscles may exhibit every quality, as if not of its own power, but as of the mind as ruling. Since accordingly all the simple fibres and those thence composed spring from the intellectories and internal sensories of the brain, and there is nothing in the body which has to do with the form except the fibre which forms it. Hence it must follow that all that affection of the intellectories and sensories of the brain is diffused by continuous fibres into the entire body. For there is a continuous connection of all from their origins and principles. 465. The animus is accordingly so inscribed upon the form of its body, or it is so related to that form, as an internal is to an external form. That the form is internal has been shown above. Every internal form has its proper external form, that is, its figure, which is the limit or common terminus of its essential determinations. And if it be natural for the internal to correspond to the external form, it follows of necessity that the countenance shall indicate what the animus wills. For the countenance is the external form of the animus, and thus there are as many expressions as there are viscera and parts. It follows that the animus cannot help flowing into its own body, but that it may dissemble and deceive as a faculty derived from the rational mind, which is able to command the animus itself, of which subject we shall treat further on. 466. On the other hand, experience also shows that the affections, changes, and diseases of the body are so likely to flow into the animus, that in the course of time they will alter and transmute the state of its affections. For a fever, whether burning or otherwise, often excites the animus into unusual emotions, griefs, and passions, frequently arousing mild nature to anger, and rendering it morose. It is known from medical experience that gout and paralysis produce mental affections, so that from the changes of the animus are conversely constructed prognostic and diagnostic signs, phenomena, and symptoms. The gallbladder, or the bile outside of the vessel, being excited by any cause, the lesser and the greater channels being obstructed, the animus will experience an ardour and burning, as also from injuries done to the head or brain. Indeed, diseases are often so cured by the ragings of the animus that these very excitements act as its medicines, the worst of criminals sometimes being restored to the path of virtue through the tortures of the body, and so in other cases. The animus is also changed by single senses, as by sight and smell, and transported into joy, loves, and other emotions. The reason is very evident from the well-known essence and origin of the mind. For the red blood about to be dissolved always passes over into fibres by means of the cortex, each cortical gland being an internal sensory, and each of these containing its intellectories, and from these intellectories, taken all together, or their affections, arise the animus. When the blood is infected by some disease, and the purer blood is at the same time affected while flowing through these sensories, it, the infected blood, induces in them a change of state, so that the animus is unable to be affected according to the natural influx, for the correspondence itself is varied according to this induced state. As is a natural effect flowing from its causes and principles, and as is the blood naturally according to its animus, such it cannot be if the blood does not agree. But the blood being changed, the effect must become altogether another one. 467. But it may be asked whether the intellectory or the intellectories arising from such a change in the body are changed radically or interiorly, or only externally or superficially, so that after that change and purifying of the blood, the animus remains still the same. This is indeed what experience teaches, for after the disease the animus usually returns the same as before, so that such a change is only superficial and does not alter the internal form. The examples are very rare of the animus being radically changed by corporeal causes. Drive out nature with a fork, it will yet come back again. 468. But by diseases and similar causes only the external or general form of the animus can be changed, and not the internal, since only the state of the sensories is changed, perhaps because the internal sensories, unable to pass through these or those states, are compelled to assume others. For the animus cannot operate except according to the state assumed by the sensories, as the animus adapts to itself the states of the sensories. Hence, that state arising from the internal form of the animus abides notwithstanding these external effects, and returns when the outward change is past, or after disease. 469. But indeed, in order that the state of the animus or the intellectories be changed, it is necessary that it be done through the rational mind, and even that by reason of diseases, misfortunes, and similar causes, the rational mind receives more healthy principles, and thus expels those changes of state and puts on others which correspond to purer loves. Therefore the human animus can by no means be changed unless by means of the rational mind.